Mr. Monk, will you read our certification to return to open session, please?
Sure. We convene today in a closed meeting pursuant to a recorded vote and the motion above in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act, Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires that the board certify to the best of each member's knowledge only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Any member who believes there was a departure from the requirement shall so state prior to this vote, indicating the substance of the departure that in his or her judgment has taken place. The statement of the departure will be recorded in the minutes.
Okay. Dr. Ackerman.
Aye.
Mr. Green.
Aye.
Ms. McPherson. Ms. Kilgore.
Aye.
Mr. Monk.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. So in case number 2025-34, Kateresa Ford, the chair will entertain a motion to deny the renewal of the administration and supervision endorsement.
Moved.
Second.
Okay. Dr. Ackerman.
Aye.
Mr. Green.
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore.
Aye.
Ms. McPherson.
Aye.
Mr. Monk.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. In the case 2025-26, the chair will entertain a motion to revoke the license of Carmen Wieldlich.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Ackerman.
Aye.
Mr. Green.
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore.
Aye.
Ms. McPherson.
Aye.
Mr. Monk.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. In case 2025-30, the chair will entertain a motion to revoke the license of Denard Williams.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Ackerman.
Aye.
Mr. Green.
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore.
Aye.
Ms. McPherson. Mr. Monk.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. We will take a very brief 3-minute bio break and be right back. Okay, we are back and we will move to presentation A, 3E readiness.
So good morning, President Creasy, board, and members of the public. I'm very excited today to be here with a colleague of mine, Dr. Anthony Williams, and we'll be sharing some updates on Virginia's pathway towards success, our 3E readiness framework. And so I'm walking through the slide deck. I'll refer to the slide numbers. I know the board has it available to them, and those of you at home have the links available on the Board of Education agenda item. And so in 2024, Virginia launched an innovative school performance and support framework that puts 3E readiness, and the E's stand for enrollment, employment, and enlistment. We put these front and center starting as early as middle school. It's very early to start that intervention and get that work started to then move into high school. We design this collaboratively with employers, higher education, and educators so that this framework ensures students follow clear, market-driven pathways towards college, careers, or military service. And I'm excited to share that we have continued that partnership and collaboration. It wasn't just a one-time piece to put this together and then back away. We continue regularly with these stakeholders gathering feedback. And so our 3E readiness framework, as I shared, you see there, enrollment, employment, enlistment on slide 3. It is weighted. It's an index, much like our mastery index, which based on the level of rigor, more points are awarded. And students and schools earn these points for multiple experiences. When we share this with school divisions, they're very excited, and with students, that it is an and model. Previously, other models were an or model. Students were tracked. They were focusing on one area. And what we want to incentivize here is the multiple opportunities that students have in these areas to explore opportunities and learn more about themselves and their futures. And so on slide 4, you see the overall comprehensive criteria, and you see the point values in enrollment, focusing on post-secondary opportunities there up to 1.25 for an associate's degree. You see, the use of dual enrollment courses, AP, Cambridge, CLEP. Employment's going to focus on high demand credentials. We're going to be talking about high quality work-based learning. We're looking at students who are CTE completers. Also, again, students who may not earn a high demand credential, but a credential. And this work, as you see there, reference to the Virginia Office of Education Economics. This is grounded in data and research to look and see in Virginia which jobs are high demand. We look at the regions and we look at this research through cross-agency work. And then in enlistment, we're using the ASVAB and the scores on that ASVAB assessment for our criteria. And I'll be back later in the future months to talk with the board around our data from 3E and also talking about any potential changes. The board has signaled before talking around JRTC in enlistment, and we'll bring that conversation back to the board for a future accountability work. And so on slide 5, you see the high school model here. Mastery at 50%, readiness at 35%, and 15% for graduation. Again, readiness is weighted pretty significantly there in 25% or 25 points for the Ready for Life 3E framework, knowing that students are being prepared for those next steps. And so that's where you see the weight distribution and the different indicators. But we really wanted to emphasize the preparation for our students. And so we'll begin with sharing you some data, really focusing on the class of 2025, and we'll begin with enrollment. And so on slide 7, we're starting there, talking about the access that students have for advanced course options. We talk about dual enrollment, advanced placement, international baccalaureate, Cambridge for this college credit. We have 19 academic year governor schools that serve students around the Commonwealth, offering these robust advanced opportunities. And then with the full implementation of the College and Career Ready Virginia, CCRV, students can earn up to 37 college credits at no cost to their families while they're still in high school. We've seen success with that program. Very excited to continue our partnership with VCCS and Chev and working through that and looking at our data and making sure that the courses that students are doing are completing is helping them be successful in the future. And then you see reference there, HB 1299, how the department is supporting access to dual enrollment for students with disabilities, working with to create model policies for school divisions that offer a webinar series for our counselors, dual enrollment instructions for special education teachers around best practices. Really want to incentivize, but also provide access and support so that all students can have success. And so we get some data, some very exciting data here on slide 8. As I referenced earlier, while we talk about 3E as an indicator at the high school, we know the early importance beginning in middle school. And so you have 95% of Virginia students are showing math proficiency early. We have 52,591 middle school students who are taking high school level math at the middle school level. And of those students taking math, advanced math at the middle school level, these end of course high school courses, 95% of them are demonstrating proficiency. And proficiency here meaning that they're passing or advanced. So 95%. 41,705, those are the Virginia students who earned at least one college credit in our class of 2025. Very impressive there. And I should share, when we looked back, this is an increase. This isn't just the numbers and we're seeing a decline. These are increases from previous years. We're seeing post-pandemic, more students having success and moving through that. So 41,000, or almost half of Virginia's class, earned at least one college credit before graduating. On slide 9, 112,139 students access college level classes in 24-25, that school year. And so again, they're taking courses through dual enrollment, AP, IB, and having those opportunities. 53,107 high school students earn college credit through that, again, dual enrollment. And so you're seeing how our students are taking these opportunities. And again, I'll share with you, these are increases throughout the years. Now we'll talk about employment. And so on slide 11, again, I shared with you high quality work-based learning. This board over the past year or two has been looking at that, analyzing that, refining our definition. My colleague here has presented on experiences, and you see them listed there. Virginia's focused on providing these high quality work-based learning experiences. And Anthony, I'll ask you if you want to share any comments on these, and then we'll talk about the high demand credentials.
Good morning, everyone. As we discussed and recently approved the 6 high-quality work-based learning experiences, so we have plans to roll out regional training and professional development for coordinators and administrators over the next few months, and we look forward to getting more feedback for the field as far as how we can deliver and provide support for this upcoming school year.
Thank you. And so on that slide, you see the experiences. Anthony just referenced the six there. And then I go to slide 12, and we talk about the high skill and the high demand occupations, refining that list, working again in partnership with other agencies here at the Commonwealth, looking at our own data in the state and the jobs that are needed as we think for the future. And so the credentials that are provided here through our school systems. The focus on career readiness is particularly important as the job market continues to evolve, as we're seeing, and the importance of specialized skills and certifications such as advanced manufacturing, welding, cybersecurity, nursing, and HVAC. So I referenced earlier, VOE is something we use quite a bit, Virginia Office of Education Economics. Their dashboard, I encourage you to take a look at that. And it helps families, helps the public explore regional job trends, salary data, required credentials. It really is a great, it's not just data that sits out there, it's actionable data. We're using here at the department, our schools are using it to really help students think about their futures. And so let's look at some of the numbers on slide 13. We have seen a 58% increase in high demand credentials earned since 2022. That's 58% increase in the number of students earning at least one high demand credential. And that's 14,264 students in the class of 2025. In our credentialed workforce, 76% of our graduation class of 2025 earned a credential. And so you see some references there to some of those. This is a list that's continued to be refined, again, using the work from VOE. But the 76%, very impressive with our class of 2025. And so 23% of our students in the class of 2025 complete a high quality work-based learning experience. And I do want to share this, the 23% is based on the criteria that this board adopted. These are the new experiences that have been refined and are more rigorous. And so that's 23%. And we know that number is going to increase as Anthony just shared, more supports provided. And we work in collaboration with our school divisions and partners. And now we'll share about enlistment. And I move to slide 15 there, creating exposure for military readiness. The 3E framework, as you know, encourages the development of courses tailored to enhance students' knowledge of military science and exposure to military occupational specialties. We've seen an increase in phone calls to the department. We've been working more closely with the Department of Defense and just our JRTC programs. And it's not just around ASVAB. And that was the intention of this. It wasn't just around an assessment, really having students explore, especially in Virginia, the many opportunities available for them through enlistment. And so the overarching goal there is to prepare students through the Armed Services Vocational Battery, that assessment as they take that, just learning more about themselves and what pathways are available to them and sort of what the career and the military might offer. And so with the high Armed Forces Qualification Test, that AFQT score, students have the added benefit of choosing a military occupation of interest to them while also meeting the needs of a service branch they choose to enlist in. So again, opportunities, options to them. It's not one size fits all. And so they can use that test to learn more about themselves. And so in slide 16, you see some of our data. 87% of our school divisions in this past year, that's 114 school divisions, administered the ASVAB, a significant increase than what we had seen in years before. 38% of the class of 2025 scored a 65 or higher. And I want to share with you it's done through percentiles. That's a category 2, obviously the next to highest category. When students score that, it opens up enlistment incentives for them. If you enlist, you're getting bonuses, you're getting more opportunities. And so we're seeing students not just take the assessment, but score very well. And we're very proud of that. And then for the graduating class of 2025, 64% of the students who took the assessment scored the minimum of a 31, which is what's needed for enlistment in the Army, Marine Corps, and National Guard. Again, this is just data from class of 2025. I'm not including the data here from our sophomores and juniors who also took opportunities for this, but we want to celebrate the class of 2025 and look at these numbers. And I'll tell you, as we looked at the trend data, it was all going up. And we're very excited about that in our schools and the progress they're making with 3E. And so overall in the state, as you see that number on the side, 8,473 students took the ASVAB test for enlistment overall. And so we're very proud of that. So next steps, my colleagues already shared. We'll continue to support our school divisions in the implementation of 3E readiness framework. I'll tell you, we have conferences and webinars and things lined up throughout October, November. School divisions have very much embraced this. They're very excited. And I thank the organizations around the state who are also embracing this. We're connecting with educators. We have a new division of innovation, student pathways and opportunities. This is going to be your one-stop location for all 3E support. The department under our superintendent is very much focused on alignment and providing that support. And so when people call the department, email, there's one place to go. It's not multiple offices spread across. And we want to make sure we're having a cohesive message, and this office will provide that, focusing on innovation, advanced learning, student pathways, opportunities. You're going to have all your E's wrapped up in one office. We're going to highlight strong school performance through 3E readiness that we can replicate across the state. I've given you numbers here. We'll be back when the whole framework is released, and we'll highlight schools as we look at their data for 3E readiness and what are they doing that other schools can learn from across the state. And you hear sometimes we can't do that here. Well, we're seeing it happen. And so we'll bring back and talk about in rural areas and urban areas across the state where that success is happening. And so my last bullet there is we will review data with the board and talk about any proposed changes, but also really want to celebrate what the schools have done thus far. And I'll pause there for any questions.
On slide
I'm sorry. Hold on, Mr. Monk first.
Oh,
and
I
then,
didn't see.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. No, and just want to applaud the effort of all the departments at CTE and just the data that is here. I think a lot of times we look at SOL scores and all those pieces, but really preparing the whole student is what education is all about. And this data reinforces the trajectory that we're on in the Commonwealth, and just super excited about what the future looks like. So thanks for the hard work on that and sharing it with us.
Ms. McPherson?
Yes, on the program where the students can earn the college credits without it costing their families, is that limited to just their attendance at community colleges? Because here in this slide, it says with local community colleges.
So it's partnering. Again, this is part of that great collaboration. We're partnering with the Virginia Community College system. It doesn't mean they're going to those places to take it. They can do it at their own high school. And so we partner with those instructors. The goal there is that the courses they're taking through dual enrollment are college bearing. They're earning college credits and at no cost to them. So again, we partner with those local community colleges, but we also have instructors who are on site for the students, so there's no travel involved.
Okay. Other questions, Dr. Ackerman?
I just want to further commend how great this is, the whole, all students, all the differences we have in the students and giving that encouragement. And then also the transparency and the data and the information and seeing those improvements. So thank you. And further, just really appreciate that the Department of Ed is restructuring around these initiatives. That always helps with that communication training and transparency around the data. So just great stuff. I love seeing the data around it. So thank you.
Anything else? Superintendent Gullickson?
Great. Well, for those just tuning in, I first want to applaud the board's leadership on this. When the Youngkin administration started, we were really prioritizing participation, and this board, in partnership with the Department of Ed, brilliant staff we have here today, really challenged that we wanted students to actually earn high demand industry recognized credentials, to actually earn college credits and not just participate. And so not only is this data exciting today about participation rates skyrocketing, but also how many students are truly demonstrating readiness and thus can enter the job day one ready, can really know that they're set up for success with the study skills and demonstrated content knowledge and skills to be successful in a 2 or 4 year program, and that they truly have real options and pathways within any of our military branches. So that came back from multiple decisions over the last few years by the board. And then also I want to say huge kudos to our team at DOE, who's really been molding and driving data to change actions with the field and helping them. We're so excited about this reorganization shift, and the board will have the opportunity to meet our new deputy superintendent leading that division tomorrow at lunch, day one, along with our team. So we're very excited about the direction forward and think you'll just continue to see those numbers rise.
Okay. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right. Item B, school improvement and funding.
Good morning, President Creasy and board members. And so the purpose of this presentation today is to discuss how we are organizing at the agency to improve student outcomes and school performance. When you look on slide 2, you will see we're going to first start with reviewing what are the research-based strategies that state education agencies can implement to increase the likelihood of improving student outcomes. And so we're going to focus on the organizational structure, because school improvement is not isolated to a single office or division. It is the work of the entire agency. We have to leverage all of our employees and all of the offices to collectively work together to move student performance. And when you're aligning the organization, the funding also has to be aligned to the priorities. And so we're going to review how we are revising grant applications and what we are doing to truly help align the funding with the school improvement priorities. And we're going to talk about how we are coordinating efforts and going over some strategies that we are going to implement to help turn schools around. And so when you look across, so when you go to slide 3 and you look across the nation at the state education agencies that truly improve student outcomes, there are a couple of common things that you will see. The number one thing that you will notice is that they have implemented a comprehensive, reliable, and transparent system to collect data, to share data, to build that capacity around how to measure and report data, specifically around student and school outcomes. That is the foundation of the work, so we have to get that right. Funding, they prioritize, they strategically fund aligned to their priorities. They support evidence-based practices and proving strategies. So what works? They're grounding it in research and data, and then using that accountability system, they're measuring to see if it is working. They're elevating best practices from within their state and where those pockets of excellence are occurring, and then they're sharing them statewide. And the key thing here, so if you think about it as a bookend, where accountability and assessment systems, and then you have the people who are directly in front of your students, teachers and leaders. Teachers are the number one factor that influence student outcomes. Principals are number two. And so we have to do more with our teacher and leader pipelines to ensure that they are prepared to and equipped to fully teach our Virginia students. And so when you go to slide 5, you will see part of the reorg structure for the Division of Student Outcomes and School Quality. Our division has been strategically organized to complement that full continuum of school improvement, from teachers and administrators to instruction, assessment, accountability, and continuous support. Now, we work very closely with all the other divisions in the agency. We work very closely with operations and budget and innovation. But the way that this division is organized, it truly complements that continuum for school improvement. On slide 6, you will see the organizational structure for our assessment and accountability team. For what we're bringing together assessment and accountability under one office of student outcomes, performance, and metrics. This is important because, we always collaborate, but when you have one leader, and that leader is Mr. Jennings, who's our newest assistant superintendent for that office. And when you have that leader who is responsible for ensuring that the accountability system and assessment systems are aligned, when we are reviewing RFPs or websites or communications, it's great to have it all under one house so that there is tight alignment. And it just improves efficiency, collaboration, and the reporting of student outcomes. On slide 7, we are reimagining the Office of School Quality, and we are refocusing their efforts to have a strong focus on leaders. And this is important because when you think about school improvement, teachers move students, principals move schools, and superintendents move divisions. We need to have support at each of those levels, focused support, not you're doing a little bit of this, you're doing a little bit of that. And so for this Office of School Quality, they are going to be focusing on the systems that shift student outcomes. So that will be at the principals, assistant principals, superintendents, central office staff. They will have an explicit focus on supporting them. They will also support that needs assessment process, the multi-year school improvement planning and implementation, and monitoring. And that is going to be done in collaboration with other offices because we want to ensure that our monitoring process, our needs assessment process, is aligned to best practices. And they're also going to lead that coordination of support to schools. And so as we think about when teachers need that more additional support, this is when our Office of Instruction is going to come in. Because they are the content experts and they can help shift how that content is moving. If there's support that's needed for counseling or wraparound services, the Office of School Quality, they're going to coordinate that support so that our divisions have what they need when they need it to improve student outcomes. Now, I am really excited about slide 8. And I just want to say, Office of School Quality, we have Dr. Ballard in the office, in the audience, who has been doing a great job really helping to shift how we are looking at school quality. With slide 8, our Office of Instruction they are getting an upgrade led by Dr. Wallace, who is in the audience. We are expanding support for mathematics. Traditionally, math was under our STEM team. And it was led by a phenomenal director who was leading science and math and driver's ed and health. And what we want to do is really double down and focus on math. So coming soon will be a position for director of mathematics. And posted right now is our middle school specialist position. So please, if you're a middle school specialist, if you want to support middle school, please apply. And so we're going to have two branches to this math team. Our regional branch, we'll have a regional coordinator with a regional specialist. They are going to be out in the field providing support directly to divisions and schools. They are going to be leading literacy. They're leading math networks. They are going to be supporting. Teachers and leaders, providing coaching and support all across Virginia. They're going to support the leadership of the math task force, which we are about to establish. And then we have the K-12 team. We currently have a phenomenal math coordinator and specialist on that side, and they are going to be responsible for ensuring that our standards are the best in the nation in math. They're going to support the test item development. They're going to support professional learning, educator prep. They're going to support online professional learning, our high quality instructional materials, and expansion of advanced math opportunities. So these teams working together, we are going to transform math instruction in our state. I am so excited about this. And now I'm even more excited about what you're going to see on slide 9. We are launching an Office of Excellence and Best Practices. This office will be that office that's going to look at that data, find where we are, where there's highlights, they're the bright spots in our state. They're going to go to those schools. They're going to go to those divisions, find out how did you do that and how can we elevate that. We are planning to have demonstration classrooms. We want to record our best teachers, invite people in to see our best teachers facilitate instruction. We are going to support innovative staffing models. So this is something that I really, really enjoy. When you can have teacher leaders, when you're elevating the most effective teachers in your building to spread their knowledge amongst all your students. So there's a way to do that with strategic staffing. We are going to help school divisions do that. And this office is also going to help with our leadership work and our work with principals, assistant principals, and building that leadership pipeline. Now, if you thought slide 9 was exciting, wait till you get to our educator prep programs. And so led under Mr. Gilstrap, we are looking to really transform what we're doing with educator prep. We are expanding alternative options for teacher prep. So we love our traditional prep programs in our higher ed, and we also recognize the need to expand other options to enter the teaching field. So we want to ensure, and we're not lowering the quality, we're not lowering the bar. That office is making sure that our prep programs are where they need to be. And it's going to improve the feedback loops and the alignment with traditional and alternative prep and what divisions need and where we need to focus. And so we have that reorg, and now we need the money. And so we're going to talk a little bit about how we are focusing grants on evidence-based practices that improve student outcomes.
Can we hold right here and just
Yes.
check and see if there are any questions before we move into that? Mr.
definitely
Monk?
can.
Thank you, President Creasy. Few things you mentioned that I love. I heard the words out in the field, and that was going to be one of my questions around some of these new regional positions. So the regional student success specialist, love that. Those regional coordinator and regional specialists in math. Can you speak to, and you did a little bit, but I just want to make sure that that is truly going to be out in the field and our folks are going to be able to have those experiences and connect with them and have that liaison in essence to VDOE that they can know and trust. And
Right. That you are absolutely right. They will be out in the field. And when we're hiring for these positions, we're not just looking for people from Richmond. Virginia is a big state. We want people that reflect our rural areas. We want people that reflect our urban areas, all areas. And so we want people out in the fields working hand in hand with our divisions and with our schools.
Awesome. And then if I may, one more.
Sure.
Member Monk,
Oh,
I'm going to jump in here quickly, President Creasy. We also are really allowing for those regions to shift as needed based on data. And so the team's been really adamant, instead of posting for particular geographically blocked regions, that we're also really checking on where need is so that we can help with data-driven decisions and supports, which may shift every few years or as more data comes in.
Wonderful. Love that. And then second, thank you, President Creasy.
Please.
Knowing that we've got these regional folks, we've got Office of Instruction, school quality, all of that. Can you speak to the intentionality behind making sure that there's not silos though there and that they are cross-working some information?
And so right now they're cross-working right now. And so it is intentionally designed within this division that we are working not just across our division, but other divisions as well. You saw this when we did a whole Lunch and Learn series and we collaborated with operations on it. You'll see this in the way that we designed our grant applications. We had to bring in Office of Innovation. We had to bring in our data team, budget teams. We brought in all kinds of people. So we cannot work in silos and move school performance.
Love that. Thank you.
Other questions here? Ms. McPherson?
Under the expanding the mathematics team and where you have the special education specialist, is that just one person or at this time?
And so,
And how many, give me an idea of how many people work in that unit.
And so we have, so currently right now we have a specialist on our math team that's a shared position between math and special education. And so that position will remain, and we will continue to work very closely with our special education team. And so even if we don't have a whole team of special educators, we have a whole office that's focused on that we can pull from. And so we do plan to work very closely with them. And so on this math team, so the boxes that are here, this is the number of people that we will have on that math team. And then also recognizing we have science, we have English language arts, we have health, we have driver's education, we have all these other areas as well. Our instruction team is a large team because we are responsible for all content areas.
Okay. So this position is just related to the math expansion. Okay.
Just to the math expansion, and we are looking to expand even more.
Other questions? Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the money. And so when effective state education agencies, they organize the system to get the results that they want to get. And what that means is you have an application that's going to help guide divisions and schools through a process where they are identifying evidence-based strategies, where they are identifying strong monitoring and evaluation protocols, and you are making them compete for it. This isn't just a formula, we're just going to give you the money. We want to ensure that we are working, and it's a competitive grant process to incentivize schools who want to do it, who want to move school performance. And we know that that's all of our schools. And then we're drawing strong connections to the school performance and support framework. So these funds are designed to move student performance in alignment with our our school and performance support framework. And when you look on slide 13, sometimes grant funds can be very restrictive. They can put you in a box. Well, we want to open that box up. And so our state is currently exploring some federal flexibilities for school improvement. And what this will allow, and I think our divisions will be really, really happy about this. Right now for school improvement grants, you're on about a 9-month grant cycle. It takes 3 years or more to truly turn a school around. But yet we have them on a 9-month grant cycle. And then what ends up happening is they get buried in paperwork, because then you got to fill out the paperwork for the carryover. And then you got to fill out the paperwork for the needs. And you got to fill out this and you get buried in the paperwork that you're not fully implementing. And so what we want to do is to expand that cycle for school improvement to 4 years, so that we're not burying you in the paperwork. You're going to have a strong plan. We are going to monitor that plan. You'll make some adjustments along the way. We're going to hold you accountable for spending down those funds on what you said you were going to spend them down on. And then we will pivot as necessary if it's not working. So we are going to build some kind of 30, 60, 90-day review cycles into our monitoring process, because we need to make sure that the funds are being spent and that they are moving student performance. And so having this federal flexibility will allow us to do that in a much stronger way, and it'll give more flexibility to our school divisions with the time frame and how they can spend the funds. And then once again, we are looking at more of a competitive grant process. On slide 15, something that our state has never, ever pursued: direct student services. This is exciting because what it allows, so traditionally Title I funds, you have to meet all this criteria. And that's still the case, but what we can do as a state agency is reserve a pot of those funds, and all school divisions can apply, because we know all school divisions have students in need of support. It's not just our CSI, TSI school. Every school has a population of students. And so and then what ends up happening sometimes with your CSI or TSI is that when you move that status, so you're no longer CSI, then the money comes away. They take the money away. And so with direct student services, this is allowing us to continue support and expand support to all school divisions. And although we are setting a priority, per the federal requirements to our CSI, TSI schools, but this will be open for all school divisions. And slide 15 identifies some key things that divisions can use to apply for these grant funds. And all of these funds are meant to go directly to students, to benefit students. So we're looking at credit recovery. We're looking at enrollment and participation in courses that may not be available in some of our school divisions. The personalized learning, including high quality tutoring. So parents can request, from their schools or their divisions for a tutor that is paid for through this direct student service grant. Assistance for the exam fees for AP, IB, cost of dual enrollment, and other post-secondary coursework. You just heard that 3E readiness framework, and we know that a barrier can be funds. Direct student services lowers that barrier to the point where it's removed for our students. And it allows for transportation costs for students enrolled in a school identified by the state for CSI to transfer to another public school. And so that is, and so we're not taking money from public schools, we're keeping them in the public schools and giving parents opportunity to ensure that they are doing what's best for their kids. On slide 16, as a part of these lunch and learn sessions that we have been collaboratively hosting with our operations team, we're also supporting school divisions in blending and braiding funds. This will allow you to, once again, maximize how you are using funds. And in these lunch and learns, there were great examples given where how you can use Title I for this, Title II for that, Title III for this. You can even throw Perkins in there and use some of that to help move students along. So you're removing all these restrictions on these grant funds to allow you to make the money work for the students. And so slide 17, so Virginia gives a lot of money to our school divisions. And that is wonderful, and we want you to keep doing that. So we thank the governor and we thank our elected officials who are really doubling down to support our students. And so on top of all the Title I, Title II, and all the other titles that I was talking about, there's an additional $35 million available or soon to be available to support improving students. So the direct student services, that's a $10 million pot of funds. It's right now out for public comment. And then once all the public comment comes in, we will then release the application. We have the extended school year innovative approaches to instructional delivery and school governance models grant. That's a $7 million grant available right now, posted live for our school divisions. We currently have 9 school divisions that have submitted applications, but this allows you to extend that school year. And I'm going to go through some of the key evidence-based strategies we have put into this application. We have the Mathematics Acceleration Grant. So that's a $1 million grant where it expands teacher endorsements to teach accelerated and advanced coursework in mathematics. It also supports the cost of student enrollment in advanced math coursework. Coming soon is a $10 million mathematics innovation grant. This grant is going to be a game changer because it's going to allow you to purchase curriculum, the high quality instructional material. It's going to allow you to really double down on those competency-based models. It's going to allow for the regional network support to improve instruction for high need student groups. So you look at our expansion of our math team, these math acceleration and math innovation grants, we should see math performance in our state just go through the roof. It's going to be truly, truly exciting. And we are not forgetting about literacy. So there's $7 million that we have available through our comprehensive literacy state development grant. And school divisions can use this to truly support improving literacy outcomes for our students. And that's on top of the other funding that our divisions receive. On slide 19, you'll see an example of how we are reimagining our grant applications. And this is an example of that extended school year application that is posted now that we are encouraging divisions to apply for. This application, it was developed across agencies, across all of the offices in our agencies. It was led by the Office of School Quality in collaboration with several of our offices. And what you'll see is a section that requires that alignment to our school performance and support framework. So what we want to know is, with these funds, what are you planning on moving? The reading performance, math performance, science or English learners progress, they have to be very clear about what they are looking to move, because we're going to hold them accountable for moving that. And then what you see on slide 19 is that we take the guesswork out of evidence-based options and we build it directly into the grant. And what divisions can do is they can identify, okay, we want to add those additional days, and there's hyperlinks, and when we connect to JLARC reports and all kind of things so that they know what we mean when we say evidence-based strategies. And so we take that guesswork out of it for the divisions. And then divisions can still select an other box and identify what it is they want to do. But the key thing is they have to show the research that supports that this is going to work in your school division. So we've added that to the grants. And then when we are using a rubric to evaluate the grant applications, because as I said, this is going to be competitive, we do award additional points to federally designated schools or state identified schools, so that we know that those are the schools that may need just a little extra help. And so they are prioritized, but it is open to all divisions. And when we talk about that continuum of school improvement support, when we look at slide 21, we currently have over $4 million available to support teacher preparation and retention. So these funds are going to help to support paraprofessionals getting full licensure. It's going to help to support teachers who are on provisional license getting full licensure. It's going to help to lower the exam fees, because we know that can be a barrier into education. It's going to help to create teacher residency partnerships in some of our programs that may be hard, in some of our divisions that may be hard to staff. So we are investing truly in this comprehensive approach to improving student outcomes.
Are there any questions here? Before
Yes.
we move into the next section, Mr. Green?
Yes, President Creasy, thank you. So first and foremost, I do want to say I love restructuring. I love reorganizing for the purpose of reimagining how the department can best support school divisions, help deliver better results, outcomes, and help ultimately our students exceed expectations. So my first question is, you mentioned under direct student services. I love it, but my specific question is, you mentioned transportation and affording students transportation in the event that their parents elect to enroll them at another school. Is that intra-district, or if I'm in the city and my child want to go to Henrico County School or Chesterfield School, is that an option, or is it just intra-district?
And so it's across public schools in Virginia.
Oh, wow. Okay. Beautiful. Second question, with respect to the applications for this grant funding, will schools currently under MOUs be given priority for funding?
And so for some of our grants, yeah, so we consider them under those state designated school categories, and they are awarded additional points in the rubric when we are evaluating these grants.
Thank you.
I have a question too, or a couple of questions. So over on slide 15, we talk about the availability of courses at, whether they are, if a student does not have the availability of a particular course, just to clarify here, we have heard repeatedly year after year. So I guess not year after year, but this is our second year of our student advisory board. And both years, we have heard from them collectively that this is a very important piece of the puzzle to be addressing, particularly at the high school level, particularly for our more rural schools. That was something that, I really saw as sort of a weakness from a statewide perspective that, I could live and go to school in Fairfax County and have the sun, moon, and stars. But just because I live, in, I don't know, Washington County, I just may not have the ability to have all of the resources that are available, just geographically speaking. And by that, I mean the opportunity for employment in the area of Fairfax County is significantly higher than that of Washington County. And so we have a lot of those significant population of those higher level opportunities for kids in the Northern Virginia area than we would in the Southwest Virginia area. So I really do appreciate the fact that we are being responsive not only to what we're hearing in general from the field about the availability of coursework, but also specifically from our students and what they want. And so I do appreciate that piece. And also we have heard, as we've worked through all in, the need for the continued availability of high quality tutoring to support students. We do know that, it is a demand, an additional demand on a teacher that after you've taught all day long, a teacher by nature is going to continue to help and support students long after that bell rings. However, we do get to a bandwidth point and do need to continue to support that tutoring opportunity. So I appreciate both of those.
And one of the things that I did not mention around that tutoring is that one of the requirements for this direct student services is to make sure that the tutors are high quality. And so, Dr. Wallace and her team are leading the charge to collect and to form that high quality tutoring list. And we are going to hold our vendors accountable for their outcomes. So we are going to be very clear about what data we want to see, which will be aligned to our framework. And they need to move student outcomes or they need to move out the way because we don't have time to mess around with our kids. And so we want to ensure that that our vendors, if you are getting money from the state, you are delivering the results for our students.
Also, just want to make a comment about one more thing that's here. We have heard and continue to see General Assembly in a bipartisan fashion assign more and more opportunities for additional funding for our advanced placement exams and IB exam fees, all of those additional opportunities for students to be able to access those accelerated pathways should they desire to do so. We don't want barriers to be there for them. And so I would just like to say publicly that I appreciate both the bipartisanship and the collaboration between the board and the General Assembly in this particular area of exam fees, and really do hope that in the future we continue to invest more and more in these opportunities for students, because I do think that it provides a means by which students feel more and more successful and then seek higher education in a more significant way when they are seeing themselves as successful on these exams. So I appreciate that as well. Any other questions?
Yes.
Ms. McPherson?
Thank you. On the teacher residency partnerships, where we've got 2,850,000 available, I'm wondering why it appears to be, doesn't have to be restricted though, to Petersburg, Norfolk, and Richmond City school divisions, and whether or not we might want to take a closer look at the entire Hampton Roads region, because I think that what you will find as needed in Norfolk would also be needed potentially in Portsmouth as well as in Newport News. So I just like if you would maybe look at that again.
We would love to. So this was appropriated and there's very specific
Very
requirement
specific,
in
okay.
the, so yeah, so
Okay.
that's why it's listed just
Okay.
like this.
Well, good to know, because, you know, we can speak to the representatives about what we might find, especially if your data supports that that program should be expanded. And also, as it relates to the grants as well as other funding, will you have a crosswalk for the board that shows us the schools that receive funding, the type of funding, and then what the level of proficiency and performance is by the schools once they receive the funding? Because I think it is important for us as a board, as we deal with transparency and accountability, we want to make sure that we really begin to look at where the money went and what the results are, so that, for instance, in a 4-year award, if it is not going well, there would be intervention or transfer or removal of the funding. I just don't want us to get all the way down the road and we think that these are the best places and then it's not working or they're not really applying themselves. So I really do think a broad crosswalk for us is going to be important in terms of data. So I like the fact that you're very data driven. So that would be helpful. So thank you much.
Superintendent Gullickson.
Member McPherson, I'm so glad you raised that. That's part of our reimagining the agency and reorganizing. And so we have really been streamlining and have a position posting soon, if not already. It's out live for grants administration. We're adding a new core office that's going to be this hub to take off some of the financial burdens on folks in the audience who are giving me a major thumbs up, so that we finally have a one-stop shop. I'd mentioned previously on one of the organization updates that when I came to the helm at the department, we were using over 20 different platforms, which put pressure on our leads, but also was really hard for our school division superintendents and their teams to navigate so many different platforms and applications, re-entering information, and we're trying to eliminate that redundancy, make things more efficient. So we're dedicating some dollars towards building out and refining a grant management system, one-stop application spot. So from the school division side, super easy on usability. Most importantly to the agency, we've never had a cross grant data collection hub. So right now it's been very siloed, requires a lot of alignment, coding, and building. And some of the systems don't talk to each other. Some are in Excel, others are in different platforms, some are in PDFs. And so for the team to best deliver not only across the deputy superintendent's division, but all of these other offices and key partners across our own agency, that data will be really informative. Also helping us see who's regularly returning monies, where we can also flag if any money is misspent, but most importantly, who's using those dollars and seeing those student outcomes, improvement, and success stories, so we can better leverage them in places like the Office of Excellence and Best Practices that you heard about, so we can see who do we need to be learning from and replicating quickly.
Great job. I mean, that's best practices at the top.
Mr. Monk.
I try to keep it brief. And thank you for the explanation there. Super excited about a hub because, as you know, every district's different. So there might have districts that they've got a grants person that's focusing on that, or they might have someone that's just signing off, but there's someone else implementing it and monitoring. And so that will be huge, and appreciate the flexibility around the timing. And share those perspectives around, let's just monitor that as best we can without being burdensome, but we don't want to wait. We don't want to spend 4 years in opportunity that's not working. Let's adjust. But there's a lot of time wasted in those 9-month cycles as you're talking about. So hopefully this will be the nice bread and butter in between those two things. And then around the direct student services, awesome. Love the kind of the opportunity to go to all school divisions there, with prioritizing those that are, identified as being monitored there. So that is phenomenal. And President Creasy mentioned some of the benefits of that completely agree with. On the blending component, again, super excited about that. Can you speak a little bit to kind of what that looks like from a tracking component? I know that a lot of challenges, at least previously, where we don't want to blend because we feel like it's a lot of work to try to do those things. But if we're in the same system, that seems a little easier to me.
So this is where our cross-office collaboration comes into play.
Good morning, and thank you for the question, Mr. Monk. I think this speaks to what Emily Ann talked about, is removing those silos and barriers. In my time at the agency, it's so disaggregated, and there wasn't the opportunity to pull everything back together. I think the other thing that I am proud of is the work that we are doing to train and provide technical support for school divisions. As you indicated, there are various size school divisions with various resources by way of human capital. And so helping to support the littlest school divisions that don't necessarily have 6 grant managers to support all of the funds is what our goal is. And that's going to be part of the responsibility of this new grant administrator director. And super excited about that. I also am super excited about the work that we are doing cross collaboratively. So to your point about making sure that we're monitoring, I think things were done so siloed that we missed opportunities for that. And so by this being consolidated under grant administration, it gives us the opportunity to raise the flag if we see something in one area to other teams so that they can be on the lookout for similar things, so we can course correct before it comes too late for a school division. So that is our goal from this, is to get ahead of things so that we're not reacting to bad headlines for our school divisions. So that is our goal, my commitment to the team and to the department.
Superintendent Gullickson.
For those tuning in, that's our Chief Operating Officer, Christina Berta. Also, would you be able to expand, since the last board meeting when you spoke about these flexibility sessions in partnership with Tiara's team, can you speak to the recent 2 sessions and the demand? Was there any? And what are you seeing?
Yeah, so the field is eager for technical support. So we hosted the 3 Lunch and Learn series, as Tiara indicated. We had over 250 registered attendees for each of those events. We actually had almost 200 on every single call. So hosting those, they are eager for more. They are sending us feedback on what would be most useful to train them on. And when we get that feedback, we share it with the other parts of the agency as well. I think when we've gotten information in the past, we've just kept it to ourselves and we haven't talked to each other. So I'm really priding the fact that we are cross collaborating and making sure that other teams have awareness about the demands. We are going to continue a monthly Lunch and Learn series for school divisions, not just related to finance. We may expand it to other areas based on the feedback we receive from school divisions about what they need. But we want to continue that dialogue and give them opportunities to hear and receive technical support from us, which turns us from a compliance-based agency to more of a support-based agency. And that's the ultimate goal. As a practitioner in the field, it hasn't been always that way. And so I want to change that so that we are more supporting, especially with the flux and change in leadership and school business officials, particularly in school divisions. They need support.
Mr. Monk.
Thank you. And I think one of the things, and I know you would likely agree with this, having systems that are and all for local control, but having similarities among systems will increase some of that professional development opportunity and sharing information from VDOE during those lunch and learns. So I think this is a great step in the right direction to still allow flexibility at the local level, but at least get everyone on the same sheet of music here to be able to work with. So excited about these, and thanks for, I know this is a lot of work, so thank you for all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I want you to know this is just the start. This is not the finish, and we will continue to expand and see how we can provide support to our school divisions, which ultimately impacts the students, and that's the mission.
Other questions here? Okay. Thank you.
And for the last part of this presentation, we are really focusing on the evidence-based practices. And so when you go to slide 23, we know that we have to support the adults that teach and lead our kids. And so we are working to, number one, we're going to adhere to effective practices for engaging adult learners, both in our online professional learning and in our in-person professional learning sessions. And number two, we are grounding our professional learning based off of the outcomes from state assessment data. So I was really, really excited when Dr. Wallace's team shared with me the spreadsheet when they're already looking at the science data, and they're starting to really dig deeper into math and English language arts. What are those content areas, the skills that our students are having, that are challenging for our students, and what skills are they really performing well in? And then in what divisions, in what schools are we seeing that growth? And so we are preparing that now to really inform our professional learning experiences. We are excited to establish a math advisory task force to really give us some recommendations on how we can improve math in our state. And then, and I talked a little bit about elevating those promising practices, and what we have heard from school divisions was this need for coaches. And so we are looking now. When you look at other states, when they've drastically moved student performance, they had a cohort of educators that served as coaches in divisions. And so we are looking into those models now and looking at options of pursuing that. And then just aligning our tools, our templates, our resources, because as we were discussing, we don't want to have confusion in the field. We don't want to have one office sharing one thing and another office sharing something else. So that alignment is critical so that we're not wasting time with paperwork and we're focusing truly on that implementation and monitoring student outcomes. And the last slide is just, I wanted to bookend us back in the research, because that is what we're following. This isn't about what I think should happen or what I'm guessing is going to work. This is about lessons learned from other states and us applying it to our state in a way that makes sense for Virginia and in a way that will help to improve student outcomes. And so with that, if there's any additional questions, I'm happy to take them.
Other questions before we close this one out? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to switch to, we're going to flip to item D, so the communications plan for accountability and accreditation. I think, Mark, is that you? Thank you.
Good morning once again, President Creasy, board, and members of the public. I'll be presenting to you now. This is item D, an update on timeline for reporting accountability and accreditation results for school year 24-25. And so we'll begin looking at that. And so I want to begin for the public, and as we start moving towards a public release, to really ground us back in our bifurcation or decoupling of our system. Historically, Virginia has called accreditation to mean many things. Among it, inputs, among it, standards of quality, standards of accreditation, but also wrapped in there was our accountability system on the state side. And so with this decoupling, you see on slide 2, on the left side of your screen there, you have our framework, which is our cohesive state and federal accountability system. And then on the right side, you see Virginia's accreditation system that I'll speak to as well. And so the two of those have been separated as they should be because they mean very different things. And so on slide 3, we're going to unpack that together. We use this definition for the Center for Assessment. It's a newer, not necessarily definition, but an article they put out this year to help states and help not just Virginia, other states sort of as they talk about these terms. And so as you see in this definition, at its core, school accountability is about collecting and using information to make decisions and improve outcomes for students and schools. So whereas educational assessments, the Office of Assessment here, addresses the question of what's being measured, how students have learned, did they learn? Accountability addresses the critical follow-up of now what? Now we have this data. How are we going to drive supports that the former just presentation spoke to as well? Importantly, accountability is typically viewed as consequential, since results may be used to determine when recognition, which this office accountability manages, support, which you just heard from, or intervention are needed. So accountability are your outputs. It's measuring the package. It's looking to see return on investment. It's driving support. It's doing all those things. And you have the framework there that does that through indicators, really focuses on the individual child through multiple measures. The schools receive a performance category. Some schools will have federal identification. And again, it's publicly reported with the resources and support you just heard about. And on the next slide, you see there the overall, the weighting for the accountability system. You see there how the framework is weighted for elementary, middle, and high school. Again, the different components and where they fall and the different percentages that have been adopted. Again, we talked earlier today about readiness and the emphasis there in high school. So I just draw that back to your attention. On the next slide, you'll see the indicators within each component. Again, there's parallelism, consistency for reading, math, science, and English learner progress in elementary, middle, and high school. That's across the board in all of them. Growth in elementary, middle school. Of course, high school has graduation, does not have growth. Chronic absenteeism is consistent as far as in the readiness. The point values might change. Our advanced coursework in middle school to measure our middle schools preparing students who are ready to move them into high school. And then you see again the importance of readiness for high school, the 6-year graduation rate and 3E framework. And so now we talk about accreditation. So accreditation, I offer you this definition on slide 6, focuses whether a school or district meets professional standards of practice, usually through an external evaluation process. It emphasizes inputs, institutional capacity, and compliance more than student outcomes. And so you see our diagram there. Standards of accreditation, they're rooted in the standards of quality state statute. The board has adopted regulations to really define what an accredited school looks like, what the requirements are. Schools receive one of 3 designations: fully accredited, conditionally accredited, accreditation denied. And then again, that leads to public reporting and support. So very much around compliance, but different than how Virginia has defined this for the past 10, 15 years as we move now to a clearly bifurcated system to really drive support. So I want to be clear on slide 7. And this, again, as we start our communications, our campaigning, to be clear and help the parents understand and have that transparency. All schools in Virginia will have an accreditation designation. All schools will either be fully accredited or conditionally accredited. I know the slide says accreditation denied, and that is an option in the regulations. However, the regulations were reset. And to be accreditation denied, you have to have a pattern of conditionally accredited. And so with the reset system for this fall, no school will be accreditation denied. So just to share that and have that transparency, the regs provide for it, but the conditions haven't been met to have it for 24-25 based on that data. The second thing all schools will receive is a framework score. You see on there 0 to 100. Again, I could put asterisks or qualifiers. We have schools that because of mastery and because of 3E, that will exceed 100 points. And we will celebrate those, and those will be distinguished schools, but they will, with the indexing, are able to be over 100 points. And so I just want to share that as well. And the third thing that all schools will receive is a performance category. Schools will either be distinguished, on track, off track, or needs intensive support. So when we have our public release, which I'll talk about in a couple slides, that information will be publicly available. It'll be on a report for all families, schools to see. It'll have that information. Now, the last piece here, some schools in Virginia, a very small subset of our 1,800 schools will be federally identified. It's a separate set of criteria within our overall system. It uses the same data, the same framework score. All the same information is used. And if you meet the criteria, then your school may be comprehensive support and improvement. That's an overall comprehensive school support. Targeted is going to look at student groups. And then additional target support and improvement is a student group that over years is still not improving. I mean, that's why the word additional is there to say, hey, there was some time to address it. It hasn't been addressed. So a small subset of schools in the state will have those identifications listed. And again, that'll all be publicly available on the report. So let's get some details on slide 8. This week in our internal reporting system, school divisions will begin accessing the student level rosters. This is as it says, very detailed at the very student level. How did students do? I'm very proud to say we work with stakeholders to develop these reports. We've made them more user-friendly, where you can go into one place and look at a student's performance across all indicators. And so you can use these to see, hey, if the students were chronically absent, how is that impacting their reading and math instruction? And so we develop those with stakeholders and very excited about those. The next report that'll be released this week is indicator reports. So you're starting to build up. How did the students do at the very individual level? Indicator report starts putting them into groups. How did students do who earned advanced, proficient, basic, below basic? It starts giving you numbers that you can go to the student level roster and see. And then early next week, we will release the school summary reports and the division summary reports. This again is all internal, but it's a great report for your division superintendents, your principals to start to see at the higher level. How did we do as a school? At the division level, how are all my schools doing? And so those reports will be available early next week. We've extended the time that school divisions will have access to this information. We've been meeting with regional superintendents and getting feedback on the reports, and they had asked for additional time to process this information and work on communications. And so we've extended the time for them to have that information and process it and develop their communication plans along with our communication plans. And so the week of October 6th, we're looking for the public release of information. Again, you see repeated there what will be released to the public in these school summary reports: accreditation designation, your framework score, your performance category. If you have a federal identification, it'll be listed. And then we'll also release other data that's part of the accountability system or comes through federal reporting or state reporting: graduation rates, dropout rates, long-term goals, interim measures of progress. These are items required through state or federal requirements that we will satisfy and have all that information put out at one time. And so on slide 9, you see, as I referenced, our communication plan. We have been already engaging. We'll continue to engage with stakeholders. We're gathering input from parents, teachers, leaders on helping understand the framework, how the framework drives supports, how to disaggregate the data. There's a wealth of data, like I said, down to the student level to build up. The system is very much built around the individual student, and there's just so much information you can get from it. We'll continue. We've been building a communication toolkit and getting feedback on that to really help, again, the differences. My school's fully accredited. What does that mean? But my school may be off track. Do the two line up? What does that mean? Yes, your school is meeting compliance, but maybe are they using the resource to meet the needs of students? And so that's a different conversation to have. And so working on that communication toolkit. Supporting our local leaders, as I've shared, we're working with them now to help, obviously, the board, whether General Assembly members, business members, understanding what the data means and understanding how to use that as they have conversations around policy, funding, just to look at how the school is doing, how divisions are doing. And then finally, we are very excited. We've been working to develop clear, better, transparent reporting for our parents to understand how students are doing through our score reports, student score reports, when they take the assessments. And so as parents get that feedback, how did my child do? What does the score mean? How do they do in individual test items, to really understand where the student is, and if they need additional support, where to go for it, instead of just, you passed. And, maybe you passed a little bit, what does that mean? And so to really make it meaningful for the parents and drive those instructional conversations. So we're very excited about this. We really appreciate the partnership and stakeholder feedback, and we'll continue that.
Okay, I have a couple questions. First is, can you just go back? I'm trying to see what slide it is. Maybe too far. Okay, so slide 7, where you were talking about how no school will have accreditation denied.
Right.
Are we, explain more about what that means, because I think probably some of us are like, okay, so does that mean they're doing everything perfectly? What does that mean? So if you could, then I have a second question.
Great. So for this year, based on the regulations, schools that are not in compliance will be conditionally accredited. That'll be noted publicly so you can see they will have developed a corrective action plan. If they have not met compliance into next year, then we talk about accreditation denied and we talk about divisions. But because we reset the system, that is why no school for this year, based on that 1 year data, be accreditation denied. It does not mean next year, if they've not improved and they've not met what the corrective action plan is, then the schools could be accreditation denied following next year. It's just that accreditation denied is just to give, again, in a sense, a 1 year to say you put a plan in place. Did you follow it?
Okay. And then last slide, talking about student score reports. This is something that I'm super excited about because I've had this vision for so long of, I know back when I first came on the board, I was talking about my daughter coming home with the MAPS scores, and so many parents going, what in the world does this mean? What do I do with this? I mean, even my own family members call me and they're like, so tell me what this MAPS thing means, or help me understand this. And I think that what's really, really important here is how do we effectively train schools and teachers on how to deliver these reports and how to, I mean, they're the boots on the ground that are absolutely going to be in the trenches, helping parents to determine what next? How do I help my student? And so, how are we giving schools and teachers the things that they need to make sure that they're prepared to help? I mean, because this is my really big excited point here in this presentation today, because I think it's a game changer if we do it exactly like we should, if we are doing it effectively, if we're effectively arming parents, students, teachers, schools, school leaders, but it's very comprehensive. So can you give me a little bit of information on that one? And that you may have to defer to other people. I know you have all this cross-pollination going on, but thank you.
So I'm very excited as well. I'll tell you from, my time in the classroom administration, this is, as you share, when you look at the research on formative, summative assessments, we know the power of formative assessment on time, in the moment. What changes instruction is what matters. And if you're not changing instruction, that's just data points and the child, moves on. So we're very excited. There's a report that is provided through our vendors called a student detail by question report. And it really drills down that student level. The classroom teacher, the administration, we've heard feedback where teachers don't even see those reports, and the power of those reports. And I'll tell you, sitting with families and being able to look at that together and see how that child did changes instruction. It changes whether tutoring, intervention. And so what we've been talking about is, the current report might show you a score, might give you some visuals, draw you some resources, shows you how they did the reporting category. We need to break it down more. And so what we're talking about doing is providing that detailed question report, providing training so families can see, how did my child do? Okay, they did well on the fiction on the reading test. What does that mean? Or they didn't do well in informational text. What does that mean? What kind of questions were asked? What terms were asked? Because very often on the assessments, it's the vocabulary. And so breaking that down and providing that transparency helps the parents. And so as you said, partnering with that, we've been talking about visualizations of it, but really providing that information. But to your point, we need to partner with our schools to have that conversation with the parents, parent conference, et cetera. So you're not just handing that to them and saying, make sense of this. And so we've been talking already about, even it's front and back, drawing so the parents can see it, but also help make sense of it and then know who to ask. So I've got this, but who do I talk to? Which teacher do I talk to, which school? So we'll definitely have future stakeholder meetings with it and bring it back to even to the board and get feedback on it. But bring in the visualizations, but really trying to provide so the families can see how the child do on that assessment. And then what are the next steps? Even if my child did well, I'd like to know that and know where they were strong and what we can do for next steps.
Mr. Monk?
Yeah, I would agree. I think bringing those back would be wonderful because we've got some, all parents are phenomenal, but their understanding of what are those next steps and what options are available to them are varying, right? And so having some uniformity around that communication, knowing that districts have different capacity levels would be huge because I think, especially in some of our smaller districts, helping to direct parents of here are the potential options that I could explore on my own. Here's the contact within our district really is going to make that not just a checkbox of, oh, we have that data, but the actionable next steps there. So look forward to hearing more about those specifics.
Ms. McPherson?
Yes. So I think we would be a little bit naive if we believe that the school systems and the teachers are prepared to be able to explain the difference between accreditation and actual student performance. So I do believe that it's going to take a significant effort to have the superintendents and the divisions, which I'm sure, the best of the best are already preparing for that. But, from a board standpoint, I think we need to say to the school system that we expect that you would train all the way down, to the teacher level as it relates to the differences and how they are to interpret student data. Because I can just see a parent going in and asking, and somebody, and some teachers saying, well, I'm not absolutely sure, let me get back to you. And I think that becomes unacceptable in terms of where we're going. So I appreciate the fact that you're doing a lot of work with rollout, but I just don't want us to think that they are prepared to do this. Secondly, I think it would be important for the board, since you're getting ready to do a rollout, the drill down rollout on student performance, that we have the data before the rollout, because we will probably, some of us will begin to get phone calls to say, well, what does this mean in our area? This school is, has an issue with accreditation. So I just think I didn't see where maybe we were going to get, and I'm sure we will, but we don't come back until October. So if we could have something in advance that is what is a part of the public rollout, I think that really would be helpful for us. And then we can burn up the phone with you guys for the part that we don't yet fully understand. But I appreciate the work. I mean, I think the charts that you've done, as they always say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Some of the charts showing what the percentages are as it relates to how you have scored mastery and graduation rates and things like that would be helpful. But also, I think similar charts, color charts between accreditation and student performance would really be helpful.
Thank you, Eva.
Dr. Ackerman?
Yes, thank you. I want to go back to President Creasy's first question on the accreditation, denying accreditation issue. I would say, as she said, we hear from others, of course. That's the number one thing. That and verified credits are the two things I just keep hearing about. Schools are going to lose accreditation. Kids aren't going to graduate. Right? That's the kind of the fear out there. I'm not sure people are fully aware that nobody's going to lose accreditation. So I don't know what we can do to improve that. But then also, can you help me better understand that timeline? So this year, no one's denied accreditation. They get their data, they submit the cap. So when is I hate to focus on the negative because I know we're going to have distinguished people, Mark, that we're going to celebrate, but just to focus on where I'm hearing concerns from people, when is the first possible time people might be losing or getting denied accreditation? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it
Okay.
would be based on now 25, 26 data. They'd be schools who have been out of compliance, that have not met the standards. And again, I think to the earlier board members' comments, you're looking at compliance measures, so accreditation versus compliance measures. I think when people are saying that, they're still thinking of the old system and the student performance measures.
Right.
So
right.
if a school is struggling, academically, and it's a holistic framework with many factors involved, then they're going to be needs intensive support. And that was chosen specifically because that's what the school needs. And so then, as you just heard a great presentation, we open up additional funding and support to do that. And whether it's the whole school or student groups, but it's meant to drive that support. And so I do think that terminology will help.
Yep.
And so a school might be conditionally accredited, but it needs intensive support. And so you start to see, okay, it's telling you that's what they need. And now to the earlier comments, you're going to drill down, well, where do they need support? Is it in math? Is it in reading? Graduation rates? Where? What is the data telling you? And we can keep drilling. But I do think that'll share, what needs to happen. I do want to give some shout outs. I've been hearing this week is they've been having some back to school nights. We've been getting some great phone calls that schools are taking some ownership. And during back to school night, they are talking about the framework and what it means.
Good.
Now, I've shortened it to framework. I applaud the school divisions to say it is the performance and support framework. And so they're seeing that this data will tell them as a school where they need to drive supports as well. So I'm very appreciative of that. They're using materials we've already provided, our resource hub, and they're communicating with families early on, hey, things are different this year. This is what will happen. This is what we're going to do. So thank you, school divisions, for doing that. And we'll continue as we do the rollout. And once these schools going through, if a school needs intensive support or federally identified, you just heard from Tiara here, then there will be additional grant funding, additional supports. And I think that's the piece too. So if the school is there, what next? If, graduation rates are lower than they should be, what next? What do we do? And I think that's the communication piece. It's not just, oh, well, this is, it puts that spotlight to say, now we need to do something about it.
All right. Thanks, Mark.
So I think, when we have these conversations with these two systems in one presentation, it can often lead to some confusion. So, I just want to be clear that the student performance piece is around the framework, comes into play with the framework, while accreditation has nothing to do with student performance in our new system. And that was purposeful. Because we wanted to get to the meat of what was happening in our schools, not to the superficial kind of feel-good stuff. Like the feel-good stuff and making sure that doors are locked and appropriate, things that we can expect of that every single school can achieve is in that accreditation bucket. Those other things can sit into the framework bucket. And those are the places where some schools are going to soar, other schools are going to need that support. And so that gives that intentional and individualized approach to how we help schools move towards distinguished, help students individually reach their own goals in their academic career. And, that's obviously very individualized. At a school level, it's very individualized too. One school in one division can be very different than another. And so that was the intentional thought process of bifurcating those two systems of the support and performance, or the performance and support system, and then accreditation over here. So all schools can feel successful in some way every year. While some may need more support than others. So I think that's important. Mark, can you talk to us about the self-reporting and audit situation of some of these factors within the accreditation piece, please?
So for this,
and I know we'll talk more specifically about it maybe next month, but I just want to kind of tee that up a bit, if you don't mind.
So when you do look at the data we've been looking at the data for 24-25, this past year that just concluded, it was self-reported. The division superintendent for this year, and we were very clear about for this 1 year, the division superintendent filled out a report on behalf of all schools, and it was self-reported. Were you meeting these standards or compliance measures, yes or no? If not, corrective action plan. Moving forward, we're working with stakeholder groups. We'll bring back to the board. We want to definitely ensure that principals are involved, as they should be and as the regulations state, and then that division superintendents would sign off as well. But we also want to move to the collection of evidence and building in rubrics, and so that it's not simply a self-reported, but there's some documentation behind that to demonstrate that you are meeting the standard as it's articulated. And so we'll bring back to the board which pieces of evidence should be collected, how they should be scored. You can do it on a rolling basis, and so you're collecting certain evidence 1 year, different evidence the next year, and cycle it through maybe a 3-year process. We talked about doing that as well, not just at the end of a school year, because that gives you no time for feedback and to make any changes, but doing that throughout a period of the school year so that there is feedback and corrections can be made. But I appreciate your question there, to be very clear that this year's data that I'm talking about for accreditation was fully self-reported.
In the future, we will have a random
Yes.
audit
Yes,
set up.
we've talked about doing an audit system where samples of data will be collected, analyzed with rubrics, feedback given.
Thank you. Other questions here?
Just to follow up on that.
Ms. McPherson?
So we get the difference between the actual framework as it relates to student performance and the accreditation. I think what's going to be helpful from a public standpoint, especially as this is rolled out, people need some sense of what you're measuring on accreditation. You follow me? I mean, if it's 100 questions or if there's a form, and I've never gone through that accreditation process, but I'm just saying that people are going to need to know this is what we're measuring. Do you have a fire alarm system? You know, whatever. The safety measures. If that's what you're looking at for accreditation, it just needs to be clear so the teachers understand, right, that really is not how we're measuring student performance. Student performance is coming through accountability in our new system. So however you can help beyond the principal, beyond the superintendent, to show what accreditation really means at this point, I think it's going to be helpful.
So I'll share with you, we've worked with a group, they're known as either Learning Heroes or Waypoint. We develop parent-friendly language around accreditation for each of the items. And when you see the new school quality profile, that tab that says accreditation uses those terms. So it's 10 items. We use that parent-friendly language. For each school, there's a check mark or an X or an O, and there's a legend to explain. So you could see for each school, are they meeting those requirements? And if they're not, then obviously a corrective action plan's in place. But to your point, I just want to sort of share what the public's going to see here in a couple of weeks, that we did want them to look by school and see, here are the areas, and very parent, because it's code, it's regulations, but we broke it down to make it parent friendly. And then, is the school doing that? And if maybe the school did not do parental notifications like they should, so they've submitted a corrective action plan, we expect them to improve for the following year. So we did want to provide, and we'll continue to take feedback on that and again, enhance it. But definitely to your point, we want to break it down as much as we can.
Okay, great, absolutely.
Dr.
And that's
Ackerman?
what you
Yeah,
could-
well, no, and I think I just kind of echoes all the comments that have been said. I'm not even so sure that it's anything. I mean, obviously we want to communicate the best we can, but anything that's deficient in the communication as much as it's fear with change, right? And so I think, when I run into people in the community or the educators I know, it's, what does this mean? What does this mean? What does all this mean? So I just want to kind of clarify that. And I think even us as a board have a responsibility to really help communicate,
Oh, yeah.
some of these changes that are coming and how it'll impact them and how it's all good, right? This is great stuff. So I just kind of wanted to clarify that, because there's one of those things, and we all know this, that you could communicate as much as you possibly can and as great as you can, but fear always comes with change. So as much as we can to help people not feel fearful. But anyway, I just wanted to thank you, because again, I know that you're doing as much as you can to communicate, and I don't want to sound like a critic of that. But this is good. This is great. And I am so excited about the new communication for parents, beyond excited. And we've all have, experience with other people's kids or our own kids where we've gotten really good reports on assessments that are color coded and graphs and can make it really understandable for most parents. So, but anyway, thank you.
Welcome. And I'd say we really are trying to strike that balance. We had in our communication plan, how to release this information. And I do want to share, our division superintendents were very clear. They wanted everything released at the same time. And so when you talk about, what accreditation means and what it means now and this and that, and they said, put the information out there, that's how we'd like to share it with our communities. And so we're honoring that request, because we had talked about staggering it for these very reasons, to explain them piece by piece. But I did want to share, we took that feedback very seriously and decided we'll release it all together and explain it, knowing that, the terms, that they're not interchangeable. But I just wanted to share, this is the preference that superintendents asked us, to communicate it this way.
Thank you, Mark.
Sure.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and take a break for lunch. We will be back at 12:30. Is that good? Thank you. Back for our afternoon portion of our work session, and we will begin with item C, please. Who's item C? Proficiency, recap, and critical policy discussion.
There we go. Okay, good afternoon, board members. I am happy to present this final review of the 2025-2026 Proficiency Cut Scores. Co-presenting with me is Mr. Ellis, our Director of Assessment, and Mr. Jennings, our Assistant Superintendent of Accountability, Assessment, and Best Practices. At the last board meeting, we shared recommendations for cut scores that raise the expectations of students. Today, we are going to provide additional information regarding cut scores and share potential implementation strategies for you to consider. When you go to slide 2, it walks us through a snapshot of a timeline when in 2023 and 2024, the board approved more rigorous standards in English language arts and mathematics. These standards they raise the expectations of what students are required to know and do. In the 2024-2025 school year, our state assessments in math and English language arts were fully aligned to the revised standards. This means that there were new test items added, test items were moved. So in some cases, a 5th grade test item may have been moved to 3rd grade to ensure that our assessments for mathematics and English fully aligned with the more rigorous standards. In June of 2025, we completed the standard setting process with stakeholders from all across Virginia to recommend proficiency cut scores. And when we're being asked the question, why do you need to change the cut scores? Why does it need to change from 400 to something else? And so once again, if we go back to the research and effective practices, when a state board approves new standards, when new assessments are implemented, and these standards they raise the rigor, and the assessments align to these standards, we must explore proficiency cut score so that we can ensure that we are meeting with the rigor that's aligned with our expectations across Virginia. Currently, our proficiency cut scores reflect what we expect of kids, what we expect for them to master for the 2016 mathematics and 2017 English standards. So we have cut scores that are aligned to content from 2016-2017. And this is impactful because what we're saying is that we have rigorous standards. We have assessments that are aligned to the standards, but yet cut scores that reflect outdated proficiency expectations. So currently our cut score is for proficiency is set at 400 on a 0 to 600 scale. And so this is why we had to engage in that standard setting process so that we can ensure that our expectations on how students are to perform on the assessments to demonstrate proficiency align to where we want to see our students, the content that we want them to master. In revising these cut scores, it's good for our students. So we know that when we raise the cut scores, we are ensuring that our students are prepared to enter college and not have to take remedial courses, that they are prepared to go into college or into military pathways and experience success. It also gives families and educators and our community a clear understanding of where we're setting our mark for proficiency. And it's not at the 2016-2017 level. It prepares our students for future opportunities, and it ensures that our public schools remain excellent. in raising proficiency cut scores, it's not just good for our students, but it's also good for Virginia as a whole because it ensures that our state remains competitive because we are aligning to national benchmarks. So it ensures that we are competitive and that we are having a strong workforce pipeline with our students who are graduating. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ellis, who's going to take us through the process that we utilize to establish these cut scores.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Jason Ellis, Director of the Office of Assessment. The slide that you're looking at now, slide number 7 in the deck, I'm going to elaborate on the process just to give you a little bit of background. And I know some members of the board are newer than others and may not have been here throughout the duration of all of the presentations that have been provided to the board. So maybe some of this might be a little bit of a history lesson too of how we got where we are today. So starting back in August of 2024, the board was presented some information from one of our technical advisors about the ID matching process, which was the process we were recommending that Virginia go with. And we chose this versus the process we had used previously, in part because this process is really driven by the content and the performance level descriptors that teachers and students will interact with in attempts to achieve our proficiency markers that we have. So, and this is a research-based process, ID matching. There's lots of literature on it. It's been around for a while. So we were very comfortable with making this move from the modified Angoff method we used to use to the ID matching. And this also sets up very well for many of our tests, particularly the grades 3 through 8 mathematics and reading tests, because they're computer adaptive. And this method was preferred over Angoff for that reason, because it does work so well with the computer adaptive tests. So in regards to selecting the members, so in the most important part of this process is the people who we deem as the experts who are going to sit in that room and make some decisions about where these proficiency cuts will land in our performance level descriptors. So we put out invitations to apply to community members as well as educators. We received, I believe it's 813 total applications, 563 educators applied, 250 community members applied. The educators and community members both completed an application. Our educators also completed an expert task to further demonstrate their ability to analyze test items, to analyze them for fairness, make sure that they understood the content that they were going to be expected to be familiar with when they came to the sessions. Community members, we wanted to make sure that they had familiarity with content, familiarity with students that would be interacting with that content as well. So out of all of these applications, we ended up having about 230, well, not about, it was 230 participants in our committees. Some of the largest committees we've ever had, and some committees we were up to, 17 members, when you add the educators and the community members together. We had really great feedback from the individuals that participated, but the selection process for the educators, we had a committee of our internal DOE staff, both in the Office of Assessment and in the Office of Instruction. We used a rubric developed by our external consultant to analyze the information. We reviewed the expert tasks. Then we selected our participants based on their ability to what we felt was their ability to effectively accomplish the standard setting tasks. We did take things into consideration, years of experience. We had over 70% in both math and reading of our participants on the educator side had more than 10 years experience as educators. We had 97% of our educators had a minimum of 5 years of experience. So we really did tap into making sure that they had the knowledge base we needed in order for them to accomplish the task that was at hand. So we have all of those people. We made our selections, and I'm sorry, were you pointing to me? Oh, okay. Me too. So once we selected all of our committee members, We then went through a process. Day one of standard setting was a training day. We brought all of them in. We talked to them about the process they were about to undertake. We gave them some background information about the SOL program, the tests in the program, and what they were about to embark on, and the significance of what they were about to embark on. We gave them a little bit of the policy information. I believe Superintendent Gullison spoke to the math group, and President Creasy spoke with the reading group. I may have that backwards, so forgive me if I'm wrong. But they came out to kind of give the policy level perspective from the board and the agency. As part of that training, they actually went to their breakout rooms with their grade level. They became more familiar with the content. They talked about the tools they would be using. They talked about the standard setting process, the ID matching process, just again to further acclimate them to the expectations of the activities they would be doing. After all of that, day two is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. It's where they really start digging into the ordered item books, which are the set of items that they reviewed. I do think it's significant for the board to know that in times past, they actually looked at a form, a literal test form. We always refer to it in our office as the standard setting form. And so they used to look at a form of the test and then make decisions about how many items exactly did it take to get to this point or that point in our performance levels. Well, ID matching works a little bit differently. And so they're looking at this set of items, and they're determining in that set of items where are transition points between the performance levels. And so all of that was built into this training and built into that day two is where they really started doing that. So they reviewed the entire ordered item set. So 50 items approximately. And then they start making some judgments about where they believe the separator is in those items. They're ordered from easiest item to most difficult item. So they would put markers, their judgments on where they thought there were transition points. And we had one of our technical advisors come out, I believe it was March of this year, and talk about where those transition points take place. And that's where we have the conversations that would happen during standard setting were around those transition points, trying to not come to consensus necessarily, but to allow people to have opportunities to talk about where did I believe the transition occurred versus where you might believe, and where my experience makes me think this and your experience makes you think that. And it's that conversation that as we went through the multiple rounds, there's 3 rounds of judgments where this occurs. And in those multiple rounds, I'm able to go back, and maybe your point makes me rethink mine. And so I can adjust where I believe that transition is. So through these 3 rounds, we land in a location for the committee where they believe that those cut scores should be. And then and we get to the portion of the standard setting where we move into vertical articulation. And vertical articulation is where we bring representatives, 2 or 3, from each one of those committee rooms, and they sit together in a room. And they talk about that. We put the numbers up on the screen so they can kind of see where everybody falls. And then we make sure that the alignment across grade levels or content areas makes sense. That it's not one marker for grade 3 is a lot higher than the mark for grade 4. That doesn't make logical sense as you go through the grade levels. You want some symmetry to that. And so there's discussion in that room, and you have multiple representatives, so that the idea is that they bring forth to the articulation committee the thoughts and ideas of their entire room, not just their personal thoughts and ideas. So vertical articulation occurs. We have proposed recommended cut scores. At that time, the agency will then, the agency and the state superintendent will look at that information as an option in the standard setting process. The state superintendent can suggest recommend to the board slight modifications in those cuts, again, for alignment to make sure that board policies are met and the expectations of the agency and the board are met. And that actually was provided to you, I believe, in a most recently in the May meeting with Chris Domaleski, actually shared some information about kind of options through the standard setting process. And so once that occurs, we come to you in August of 2025 and we present for first review the cuts. So in the process, we followed the process, the ID matching process, and I'm going to go to the next slide, slide 8. So whenever you do something new, right, there's always some hesitation. I'll stop short of saying fear, but there's some angst because people aren't used to new. They're used to what you've always done. I think one of the big parts, or one of the things that makes me feel good about our process is I do know that from beginning to end, we followed the procedures around ID matching. We talked again with the external consultant that we had for this process, my own involvement with our vendor who ran the standard setting for us, as well as our technical advisors who not only approved this process, they believed that ID matching was a good choice for Virginia. So it wasn't just that, but we also had one of our technical advisors serve as an independent observer. And it's actually the quote at the bottom of your slide where he was not involved from the beginning to the end. He showed up for the reading standard setting, and he went in every room. He observed every committee for a period of time, obviously not any one committee the entire time, but he felt very comfortable in saying that we followed the process with fidelity and that we should feel comfortable that these cut scores are legitimate for our purposes. So I feel very good about that. So I'm more than happy if you have any questions or about the process that I can answer for you now, or I certainly will be around until the end.
So, Mr. Ellis, just having served on standard setting committees myself in the past, I didn't see anything different about our process when I was there for reading. So, you having served with the department for how many years now?
I've been with the agency for 21 years.
Okay, so what would, aside from changing from modified ANGOF to ID matching and those pieces of that process, was this process any different than in the other years that you've been here and witnessed and participated?
So this year is the greatest involvement I've ever had with standard setting, full disclosure. However, in speaking with peers who have been involved and doing my own research and documentation that we've had from years past when we've conducted standard setting, and from speaking with the members of the TAC, speaking with our contractor, and having the wealth of experience psychometrically that we've been able to speak to, I believe that we followed the process with fidelity and that these scores are legitimate and reliable scores.
Thank you. Does anybody else have questions for Mr. Ellis? Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And so as you go to the next slide, you will see the difference between what the standard setting committee recommended and what the superintendent recommended. And you'll notice that it's slight modifications. It's nothing significant. And the modifications were made to strengthen alignment to national benchmarks, to ensure that our students are nationally competitive. And so it was just minor revisions that were made within the standard margin of error. On slide 10, you will see the recommended cut scores that you were presented last month. And one of the things that came up when people see all these numbers, and I want to be clear, so when we look at these cut scores, the basic range would be from 40, so for a grade 3 reading, basic would be 409 to 443. Proficient is 444 to 501. And advanced is 502 to 600. So that would be the scale score. And what we listed here are the first cuts. And one of the questions that came up was, well, why is it not 400 and 500? That's what we're used to doing. And it's not 400 or 500 because, number one, that was the marker for 2016, 2017 standards. And number two, we value transparency here in Virginia. And these are the scores that the standard committee developed and that were modified slightly with by the superintendent's recommendation. Now, we can anchor a score in any number that we want. So we could take the 444 that you see for grade 3 and anchor it in a 400. Or we can take grade 4, 451, anchor it in a 400, but then that wouldn't be transparent to parents. We would be doing the magical math in the background, and so that a student would see 400 or whatever that is, but not what the standard committee and the superintendent recommended. And so if we're valuing transparency, this is why you see the different scores. And then what we have to understand also is that third grade standards are different from fourth grade standards, are different from fifth grade standards. And so cut scores are going to look a little different. And so I just want to make sure that, that everyone is clear on why you see all the different numbers, and it's just not a straight 400 or 500. When you look at slide 11, what we know from an analysis of states raising expectations for kids, I mean, this is common across states. When you initially raise expectations, you see initial drops in student performance. And this is true of anytime you implement something new, there's that J curve of change where there's the initial drop and then you come back up. And so what we're doing in Virginia is we're taking the lessons learned and we're going to propose some additional, taking the lessons learned to propose a solution to decrease that J curve. Slide 12 show the projected percentage distribution of students if these cut scores were implemented today. And what you see is you'll see the different grade levels, and then the blue bar is below basic, orange is basic, gray is proficient, and yellow is advanced. And you'll see that we have more students in below basic or the basic levels. So that is the projections for reading. And then you'll see on the next slide, the projections for math. These revised cut scores are needed so that we can strengthen support to students. We can keep saying that our students are proficient and then they go to college and have to pay a ton of money for remedial courses. And we can keep saying that our students are proficient and then they have to go into careers and they need all kind of additional support. Or we can set that mark so we can get it right before they graduate. And we can give them those supports and they can come out ready to be successful. Slide 14 identifies some policy levers to consider that where we can really maximize student success while raising expectations. So as I said, we analyzed a lot of different states and how they implemented cut scores. We've seen states where they implement it they start with a certain grade level. And then what you see is all the resources go to students in that grade level and below. And then your older students are left to graduate with just the same old resources. I don't know if we want to do that in Virginia. We've seen rollouts where it was over multiple years. I mean, the Texas 3-step rollout was probably one of the most famous phased-in approaches that failed because of the duration, the length of time in between each phase. And so this is why we are proposing an approach of no less than 4 years, because it communicates the urgency that we have to get it right for our kids. And it gives time to equip our educators, our families, and parents with the resources that they need to meet that higher bar. We are also proposing to add a new indicator of approaching, because this will recognize students making progress toward proficiency during that multi-year implementation. It's designed to really, it's still holding school divisions and schools accountable, but without penalizing them. And so we're looking at building this into the accountability system and to count students who are approaching to recognize that progress toward proficiency. And it allows us to better target support instead of grouping all the kids in basic or below basic. When you have that stronger spread, then you can begin to differentiate support for each of those performance levels. Mr. Jennings talked a little bit earlier about the revised score reports for parents, where we want to be super clear about this is our North Star for proficiency. This is where your child is. These are the skills that your child has mastered. These are the skills where they could use some additional support. And now these are the resources that are available to you to help to support your child. And then we're going to provide targeted professional learning. We just saw that school improvement presentation, and this is where we really want to double down to ensure that our educators, our leaders, our families are all prepared to meet higher expectations. So I'm going to call Mr. Jennings up to talk about high school graduates, because we know that that is top of mind for everyone, and it's top of mind for us as well. So if you go to slide 16, we'll talk a little bit about high school graduates.
Thank you once again. And we know this issue is near and dear to our hearts. I mean, it's very important, obviously, to see students graduate and be on time. And I think you hear from the message here and the supports, this is not obviously meant to be punitive. You're hearing, and I'm jumping ahead, but you're going to hear about the phased-in approach to build stakeholder engagement and bring back proposals to the board. And so I share that as you think about high school, that this is not being done in any sort of rush, without any sort of preparation, and not in any consideration or without consideration for our students at the high school level. So graduation requires, many pieces. As a state that has verified credits, we could go into depth, and we're happy to do a presentation on board-approved substitute tests that can be used for verified credits. And specifically today, we're talking about reading and mathematics. And so you see on the slide here, your first, for 24-25, we did have 3,000 seniors, 12th graders, take a end-of-course mathematics assessment, and 6,000 students take the reading EOC. So the piece of that is these are students who may have been taking it for the first time, but most likely are students who are retaking it. They've taken it prior and were not successful, and so this is a retest or a reattempt. And so you see the numbers there of 80% success rate or 85% respectively for the two tests. Sometimes, especially from the mathematics, they delay to take it. Maybe especially they need additional time, and so they might wait and take it, later as a senior to build some preparation. But you see that there. And what you're not seeing again, well, I'll get to the slide around the board-approved substitute test. My point with this is there are pathways. I want to be very clear that by raising the cut scores and reading mathematics, even for the high school level, is not putting a barrier in such a place that students will not be able to graduate. It sounds, good as a headline, but there are multiple pathways for students to be successful, and we want to equip them to be successful and raise that rigor. And so when you look, we will be very definitive now and say, and we'll come back to the board and offer different proposals. But students graduating in this class of 2026, this current year, and they take an EOC mathematics or reading SOL, they're going to be measured using the current proficiency cut score of the 400. So that we're asking and putting out as a policy and being definitive there. There are other policies in place that are very much in the details of these. Those of you listening who work in school divisions, we know about term graduates. We have different versions of the test. Basically, we ensure that students have enough attempts of the test to be successful and graduate. And so those too would use the prior proficiency cut as well. So there's many nuances to this, and that's what I'm trying to articulate. It's not as simple as you raise this and the students don't meet the benchmark and can't graduate. It's not that simple. And we've done that in a way to make sure students can be successful. And I should say as well, when we get into board-approved substitute tests, that is for graduation. That is flexibility provided to the state to meet graduation requirements. You heard me talk earlier about the framework. The framework used state assessments that are federally approved. That, again, is how it's used in the accountability system, just to share some of the distinctions between the two. So I talked with you about the board approved substitute test on my third bullet there. You also see credit accommodations. We have a very strong special education staff that works with school divisions to talk through how students with special needs can be successful and opportunities available to them, supports that they need. You also see reference there of locally awarded verified credits. This is a system in place that if students have taken the test twice and not been successful, there is a range for them to demonstrate a level of proficiency that they too could receive the verified credit as well. So I'm trying to emphasize very clearly the multiple pathways available for students to demonstrate success. And as you see, my final bullet point that I began with and will reiterate that we will continue this stakeholder engagement. Again, it's not as black and white as we may want to make it, that we really want our high school students to be successful. These tests are administered through a cohort over 4, 5, 6-year period. And so we provided these multiple ways for students to demonstrate that success. We'll go out into the field and hear more about this and the nuances. We'll provide documentation on that. We'll be back in October to talk with the board and answer your questions as well. But just want to reiterate, it's not as simple as the score is raised and now a kid won't graduate.
Questions for Mr. Jennings here? Mr. Monk?
Yeah, I'll just say I appreciate the context there. I guess, and I heard you say this, but I just want to make sure that we understand correctly based upon some things that we've seen. The thought process here is to ensure that those young people or students who are targeting graduation in this next year will not be impacted by this. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
At least those is my understanding.
That's for today, just absolutely clear. That's the bare minimum.
Yep.
And we'll bring back different approaches because then you get into when tests are administered and test versions and some very nuanced piece. But we wanted to be upfront and put that here so it's very clear that students of the 2026 class, we're very careful about seniors because sometimes their senior may be a student in their 4th, 5th, or 6th year. And so that classification there, but we want to be definitive to say that it would not impact this year's.
So at a minimum, not impact this year's, and the board has prerogative to extend that beyond.
Absolutely.
Dr. Ackerman?
I really appreciate this presentation. I mean, last month we talked about, I think the board is in full agreement of raising this standard and raising the proficiency scores. And you all did an excellent job being careful and strategic and wise in coming up with those scores. And it was the impact, right? Like that was the big question. How is this going to impact seniors? How is this going to impact the verified credits? And so appreciate that you've not only feedback from us, because I'm sure you've been hearing feedback from our constituents in the various organizations and from parents and teachers as well. But I really appreciate a really well thought out plan what we can consider kind of for next steps to mitigate that impact. So thank you for this presentation.
Other questions? Okay, thanks, Mark.
No.
Okay, so when you go to slide 16, we are advocating for this multi-year phased implementation of cut scores to give some time to allow educators and families to build up those supports that can help all students meet the expectations required of these raised cut scores. And it's going to recognize student progress towards towards proficiency, and it's going to hold divisions accountable while making targets achievable. And we're going to increase that approaching cut score gradually until it is phased out. So slide 7 presents the first option. This is a 4-year model that incrementally increases the approaching cut score. So this example is a grade 5 reading SOL assessment cut score. If you notice, the advanced numbers do not change. Proficient numbers do not change. We're not changing our North Star. Basic does not change. Below basic does not change. But what you will see is this incremental increase in the approaching category until it is phased out in the 2028-2029 school year. On the next slide, what you will see, what is projected on how students would perform in the 2025 school year, 2025-2026 school year, if this was implemented. We are expecting to see 8% of our students statewide to be in the advanced performance level, 31% proficient. So that's 39% of our students will demonstrate proficiency. That's the proficient and advanced combined. You'll have 34% of the students in below basic, 6% in basic, and 21% in approaching. And having this framed out across these multiple levels will allow for that targeted support for those kids in approaching, for the kids in basic, for the kids in below basic, and even for the kids in proficient to help move them to advance. Slide 19 provides option 2, which is a 5-year model. And once again, our North Star does not change. Advanced is the same, proficient is the same, basic is the same, below basic is the same. Only the approaching category is incrementally increased until it is phased out in 2029, 2030. And what you see on the next slide, the projected percentage distribution of students at each performance level, going from a 4-year to a 5-year model is not projected to impact the percentage of students who are proficient. So you have 31% of students who are proficient, or in the proficient performance level, 8% in advanced, for a combined 39% of our students demonstrate proficiency. Where you do see movement is from the basic to the approaching column. So you'll have 5% of students in basic, 22% in approaching, 34% in below basic. So we wanted to present those two models to you because we know we have people who want to extend this out over years and years and years and years and years. And unless you provide that targeted support and you keep that accountability high in the time frame realistic, you're not shifting that much. At least it's not projected to. In slide 21, this builds off of the earlier presentation. So this is why we have reorganized to strengthen supports to schools and divisions, because we know that they're going to need support and we are going to be here to help them. So I just want to reiterate some of the things from the previous slide, from the previous presentation, where we talked about the money that would be available. We talked about the supports that would be available. We discussed we're hiring people as we speak to build the capacity at the state level so that we can do those targeted professional learning experiences to support principals, to support assistant principals, teachers, on truly understanding these cut scores and what it will take for students to reach proficiency. What we know, and we're very clear of in Virginia, is that every time expectations are raised, educators step up. And we have no doubt that we have great educators here in the state of Virginia, and I have no doubt that they will be prepared to have our students meet these higher expectations. I talked a little bit about those regional literacy and math networks and that coaching support. And, and also all those other supports, those demonstration classrooms, our Office of Instruction, they put out instructional guides and they do regular webinars and all kind of supports that we can provide to ensure that our educators have the capacity and the resources to meet these expectations. And so the immediate next steps is we're going on the road. We are not asking the board to approve an implementation model just yet. We want to take this around to school divisions. We want to talk to principals. We want to talk to teachers. We want to talk to parents. We want to get their input. So if there's further refinement that's needed, if there's additional resources that are needed, we're going to gather that information and bring that back to you in October before you make that final decision on the implementation policy. The goal is not to harm students or educators. It is to raise expectations so that our students are prepared for the future opportunities, so that our teachers are ready to support all of our students in lifting the learning in our schools. In talking with superintendents from various divisions, everyone's in support of higher expectations. What the concern is the process of how we get there. And so we want to ensure that we are still communicating with them and we are getting their input on this process so that it's something that is grounded in what lessons learned from other state models, that it's in a reasonable time frame so that we're not unintentionally harming students by not lifting them up to that higher proficiency level. And that we can all work together as a state to support and truly be a model for the nation. And so with that, I will pause for any questions.
Questions?
Yeah.
Ms.
On
McPherson?
the slide, option 2, the 5-year model. So a student in 5th grade in the year 2026 to 27 is aiming to get to a score of 446. If they get to 420, then they pass from 5th grade to 6th grade. And if they don't, are they retained?
And so okay. Other states have a retention policy where if you do not pass that, if you're not prepared, then they hold you back. And I won't call those states out. What we know, but what we know is that a core part of instruction is formative and summative assessments and ensuring that you are mapping the progress of the student along the way and that you're watching how they are, how they're achieving and that you're adjusting instruction accordingly. The state assessment, it's a snapshot in time. And so it wouldn't hold a 5th grader back, but we would report to a parent in the parent report, how they can support their child to ensure that they, when they get to 6th grade, meet that proficient level. We are going to provide support to the educators to ensure that they are lifting the learning for all of their kids so that we are ensuring that they're making progress toward that proficient level.
The U.S.
And Mr. Ellis want to.
Go ahead, Mr. Ellis.
Just to add to that, excuse me, I believe it's codified that the SOL test cannot be the sole reason why a student is retained in grade level. It can be part of the local criteria, but it cannot be the sole reason why a student's retained.
But just so that we're clear, the approaching does mean passing.
And so that is our thought. Now we're going to take it out on the road, and if stakeholders tell us something different, we may come back. But right now we're looking at approaching would count as passing, but we will be very clear on that score report about this is the proficient target, because as I said, this is a transition period where we're working to move students forward. So we're not trying to harm a student. We're not trying to, to negatively impact schools. This is about the support. So it would count as passing unless our stakeholders tell us something different, but we would be working to move students forward.
Dr. Ackerman?
Yes, I think this is a great proposals you put forward. I'm also very interested to hear from our stakeholders out there, but another group of stakeholders, I might be putting you on the spot a little bit, that I'd be very interested to hear from, because as we've been focused rightfully so on the students, I wonder if the Department of Education needs some voice in what your departments need to provide the support ultimately, right? So, and I know there's been a lot of restructuring and a lot of changing and moving and making sure silos aren't being created. But I'd be almost curious, maybe, and as you present for us in October from the stakeholders, what you're hearing on which one of these might be better, which one is better for the Department of Education as well. It's a very key stakeholder. So just making sure you're resourced and ready, because this is a massive change, which means a massive undertaking. So just want to make sure we're acknowledging that and hearing from you all as well. So
thank you. We will make sure we get our internal stakeholders as well.
okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So that means we are going to item E. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, President Creasy, members of the board, and Superintendent Gullickson. Today's item E is a continuation of the item from last month, which was about the board's revisions to its comprehensive plan. You may recall that by statute, the board is required to review the plan biennially and adopt any necessary revisions. On slides 3 through 5, we have listed out the current adopted priorities and goals of the Board of Education. And for your discussion today, we have 3 questions primarily, but of course, any other feedback would be welcome. Is that based on those priorities and goals in the 2023 comprehensive plan, first, is there anything that you would like removed?
Anyone?
Jumped right in, didn't we? Quite ready to move that quick. Is there a page I need to be? I'm sorry.
Pages.
Go ahead, please.
Is there a page what you're referencing? I missed it.
Yeah, pages 3 through 5 reference the board's current priorities and goals as adopted.
Okay, sorry. This is a messed up new the
President,
yes, please, Mr. Monk.
and just so I understand context here, removing these as priorities and goals does not mean it's not a priority of the board and the department, but this is just signaling that maybe we have made, we made some strides in those areas, and so we can focus in other areas. Is that a correct understanding of kind of what this process looks like for us as a new board member?
Yes. Mr. Chapman, do you have anything else you wanted to add to that that very brief answer I gave?
Couldn't be more succinct, President Creasy. But I would add that in addition to the goals, perhaps not requiring the same level of emphasis, the sub goals as well, maybe shifts in priorities. So it may not be as strict as, for example, eliminating to set and help every learner meet high expectations, but maybe there are some sub goals that have been accomplished, as you're mentioning, and maybe no longer reflect the same area of emphasis.
From a larger perspective, I don't see anything in particular that I would remove holistically per se. There may be some finessing of some of these that, like number 2, learning loss recovery. That may be one that we want to finesse a little bit more for my present day. Given that I think we have crossed some of the hurdles in that particular item, maybe we have different sub goals at this point that we would want to address. Just maybe more in a more detailed way on that. But I think we're good with the main goals, unless anybody else. Are there any suggestions that you have for making changes, Mr. Chapman?
Well, on that first question about removal, no, primarily for the board, but to your second point, which I think you're getting at about modifications or adjustments you would like made, I would perhaps, ask the board to consider expanding some of in specific, the board's priorities around advanced learning, which I think have come a long way since 2023, where that was primarily focused around lab schools. And I think that's still an ongoing area of support. But the board has done a lot to increase, everything from seat time flexibility, which is mentioned, but perhaps not in the way that is current for the board. Additionally, approving governor's schools, supporting, charter schools, which has come back on the radar in the last year and a half. And certainly, I think there's a lot of wonderful emphases right now from the board on artificial intelligence learning that we could probably, if it's at the pleasure of the board, I think we could come up with some revised,
So
modified language.
let's do that unless, anybody has another view here. Let's go ahead and move to make some adjustments there in number 4 and then again in number 2. To kind of get us up to speed to where we are in the work that we've done reflectively on learning loss recovery. Additionally, anything else, Mr. Monk?
I think, and I don't know exactly what number this might fit in, but we've talked a lot about data and systems and trying to get some similarity around those systems from a state level. And so I don't know where that might fit in, but prioritizing having where we can, having systems that are across board. We talked earlier today about grants, and there were 20 some different grant programs, and we're working to get one similar to that, looking at other areas for that type of improvement in our data and systems might be helpful as well.
Anything else? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Do you have your marching orders?
I think we have some marching orders. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. And now I think it's our last presentation from Ms. Velasquez.
Good afternoon. Well, President Creasy, members of the board, superintendent's absent right now, but I'm Melissa Velasquez, your friendly neighborhood assistant superintendent of government relations. Once again, I stand between you and the end of the day. Yeah, I am. So, but nonetheless, you have a very significant topic to address, and you have a short PowerPoint with some slides available for you regarding the standards of quality. And last month I gave a presentation on the board's former prescriptions for the 2023 standards of quality review, and now we are back to begin to discuss what the board's desires are for the 2026 General Assembly session in terms of new prescriptions or to continue existing prescriptions. So on slide 1 is just a reiteration of what was presented to you last month with your constitutional authority to prescribe the standards, and then there are links to the individual standards. If you click on the standards of quality link, that'll take you to all 9 of the current standards. And so, the first thing we discussed last month was the 2023 prescriptions. A significant amount of progress was made while some of the information was not incorporated into the SOQ. A significant amount of progress was made on the areas that the board had concerns with and made prescriptions in 2023. So those prescriptions are in the presentation from last year. You have that. It's not last year, excuse me, last month. So the first true question is, was there anything remaining from your 2023 prescriptions that you feel have not been adequately addressed and would like to move forward with continue to make those prescriptions in that subject area? And if there are, we'll be, glad to note them and begin to craft, a letter for the board to communicate those prescriptions to the General Assembly. So that's the first question. I've deferred to the president to facilitate that conversation with the members, because some of you are very new and we're not here for the 2023 prescriptions.
So first, I guess what I would ask is, are there any prescriptions that you think that need to be removed? Number 1, Melissa. And number 2, I think we have a couple that we'd like to discuss how we kind of weave them in into the current requests moving to the General Assembly.
Well, from my perspective, the significant amount of progress and robust progress was made on your 2023 prescriptions. While, as I said, some of them were not codified into the SOQ, they were either placed in the budget, changed in the budget. There were policies of the agency that implemented the board's desires. There were governor's initiatives. And so it's a matter of whether you can see them as your concerns have been addressed. And if not, whether you would like for us to pursue, in the board to pursue the legislation that would be necessary for the assembly to actually codify them as an SOQ requirement. And of course, the SOQ is the foundation of all public education in the Commonwealth. So every school division must meet at a minimum the SOQ. And so once it gets placed, codified in statute into the SOQ, it has implications. It will have budgetary implications in terms of funding because the SOQ is, a funding stream within the State Appropriation Act. I don't want to say too much about that because I'm wandering into Deputy Berta's, Chief Berta's territory, and she's the subject matter expert on that. I don't profess to be. But in addition to that, it's a matter of whether there are the initiatives of the administration that you would like to see incorporated into the SOQ.
So I think there are a couple that I have in my mind. Number one that I'd like to see is I think the board has seen quite a bit of evidence that necessitates. I know that our fingerprint background checks and child abuse and neglect registry searches are that criteria is it has to be done based on employment. So if there is no recheck requirement, so if a teacher or if a school division employee is hired and they are there for 30 years, they only go through that check upon employment. Mm-hmm. If they go to another school division, that school division has to do that check all over again. But I do think that the board would like to land in a spot where we're looking at, maybe every 3 to 5 years having a recheck requirement for all employees. And I believe the way the code reads is all full and part-time employees of any school or school division. And so I think that would be one of those prescriptions that the board would like to put forth. In addition to looking at a mechanism by which we attempt to codify something around the all-in student-centered tutoring model. That's been wildly successful in moving the needle forward, and I think it needs to be recognized as a necessity to individualize student educational opportunities and deeper learning. Also, not just deeper learning, but remediation in the case that needs to happen. So those are two pieces that I wanted to bring forward. I'm not sure if there's anybody else that has any SOQ prescriptions that they came with today as a potential. But I would open up the floor to someone else before I go on with my list.
I want
Pearson?
to maybe think we should also drill down on where we now have included in the priorities and goals that we want to have lab schools in every region. I think it should also be made clear that a particular emphasis should be placed on underserved communities, the schools that have the special federal designations in those areas, and not just that it just be in a region. You follow me? That we tie that directly to locations where there's past demonstration of significant need. I say that because I think we have to understand that historically lab schools have been a significant part of communities that have needed sometimes extra assistance. And so how we word that, I like to look at that, maybe offer some suggestions as to how we might have a one drill down on that.
Anyone else?
Not new, but just want to again speak to the data component. I think in Virginia, we've just historically lacked real-time information. And so the data that we get is delayed to the point almost in some cases where it's irrelevant. And so I know that was cut during budget negotiations and you know, a portion of that, but a real opportunity for us to potentially move the needle forward and provide data to local districts that's more in time and concise and across the board.
I think kind of tied into that is a means by which we facilitate year over year, a mechanism to support teachers and how they communicate that data from one grade level to the next. Again, we do these silo things, and it's not just, you know, it's not just once you get to middle and high school. It's also like, I teach third grade. The fourth grade teacher is on his or her own. And many teachers take it upon themselves to do that work, and they have that intrinsic motivation and desire to, you know, facilitate for the next school year. But it is truly a valuable piece of information, even if you're a middle or high school teacher. You know, I would have loved to have known from the U.S. history teacher the year before that Johnny has a you know, has the need to have some focus more on writing capabilities across curricular, you know, paths. How do we use that data piece to then help facilitate better professional development for teachers to be able to better use that data, and how to drive their instruction using that data? Because I do think we have school leaders, be it building principals, central office, you know, curriculum directors, and even superintendents, they're all talking about data, but I'm not sure that every school and school division is doing a really good job of helping teachers understand what their data means and how to use it to drive instruction, how to use it to individualize the instruction for each one of the students in their classrooms. So I think we can really dig deep into that data category and do a lot there. Melissa, are we confusing you?
No, not at all. I do think, you know, All In obviously was part of the governor's initiatives. So I think we've kind of tied up the 2023 prescriptions. You want to include that. And we've kind of moved into the next slides about addressing the new changes to the SOQ that you want in terms of background checks, or because that's a separate statute from the SOQ, and adding in the the importance of lab schools, not just regionally, but based on need and federal designations.
Right.
And I do think, you know, the data component, you know, that was in the budget and then partially, and then it was removed. So that's another item to add to from the 23 prescriptions, but we've also kind of wandered into the new ideas to go into the SOQ, which is fine. The SOQ is a complicated beast, so we can't just keep it narrowly defined into these little silos. It would be helpful if there are specific new items and new, if you want to go standard by standard, or just put those items out there and then let staff determine which standard they go into. But if there are items in the current SOQ itself that you think no longer should be there, we can also look at that. So it's not just a matter of new items, but are there existing items that need to come out, or existing items that may need to be tweaked, given changes in our students' needs. So,
Madam President,
yeah.
I have one other one where we also now are talking about prioritizing and publicizing the school construction assistance program to ensure that all schools can make physical school improvements. So, you know, one of the things that we recommended before is that we wanted to give points, and I was glad to see that there have been points now assigned for schools that have not previously had funding what I am concerned about, and I see as a possibility as I look around the state, I also think we need to make it clear that where schools are reducing or closing schools, and they simply want to build a new school, maybe in an area that is not reflective of the population of the schools that they closed, that having a new school built that displaces other schools, you follow me, and then forces a new busing pattern into a particular neighborhood that you want. I think we have to be really clear that the reorganization of schools for the purpose of building a new school should not take priority over renovating schools that are in communities that still need service.
Superintendent Gullickson.
Great. Thank you, President Creasy and Member McPherson. I hope you will channel that comment tomorrow when Chief Berta is back up. We definitely took the comments from the board last month and stakeholder input to add additional redlined modifications. As you recall from last month, our school construction assistance grant program is really set by the board. And so you'll note some additions around school consolidation or closure within the evaluation metrics in terms, and also making sure that they are being incentivized on thinking about excess space and being intentional about those renovations. And so you should see some of those intentional modifications and changes within the board documents, but certainly look at that again tonight in case
Okay.
we can still do that while that's live. But we did try to take those great comments from last month. And fortunately, we have that runway with the partnership from the Governor and General Assembly on the board really setting some of those parameters. So do look at that tonight. And then I just wanted to close back on the data comment. You know, I would do a disservice to Ms. Conway and the early childhood team if I didn't acknowledge you heard a few months ago about the new VA Connects, and that we are finally bridging data between our earliest learners into our K-12 data up through third grade and really connecting that pipeline.
Right.
We have been meeting every 2 weeks with the other education and workforce agency heads, doing all sort of data governance, MOU collaboration on better data sharing for the full pipeline. We're starting to get it right on the 9-12 middle grades onwards, as you have heard and will hear more about regarding some of the possible futures for direct admissions into public schools. And so we're really trying to stretch that. We will hear from Chev in November about an overhaul to a data portal to also capture more of our student data and continuum. So it's a sneak peek to what is coming, and the agency heads have really pooled resources and thought partnership along with grant opportunities and national thought partners to learn best practices from other states and help bridge that. That's not to say we don't need the infrastructure. I regularly reference our pre-Y2K systems. And so I have to give a shout out to our ops team who reminds me of that. And so I do think there's still possibility there. Did you like my?
We're
Y2K?
over here just laughing about, man, haven't heard Y2K in a long time.
I will stay
Thanks for
with
the
my
flashback.
ones for
Yeah, please do, because the rest of us up here.
And so I think there's possibility there on the infrastructure side, but we are really excited to share some of that progress in the coming months with the board and have Chev and VCCS and Virginia Works as our partners come and educate the board on what's possible and what's next, from our academic and career planning to just student data and pipelining it so it travels all the way through their post-secondary options as well, and starts with those earliest learners to really inform data.
So I think well, first, Dr. Ackerman, do you have something you wanted to say?
Oh, I was gonna and I guess helping. I'm changing the subject though. Did you want to say something on that before I say? Okay. I don't quite know where it fit, and I guess I'm trusting your staff, but some eyes on the gifted and talented population, especially with all these new initiatives. We want to make sure that we're still pushing them. It might even be some of the flexible type of credits that we can be giving. I don't know, but it's something to, again, talk to your staff, see where, but I think that's kind of missing in all this a little bit. And then I was also looking at the teacher pipeline, and I am aware other states have moved a little further than we have on things such as residency, teaching experience, or I was speaking to a colleague recently out of Arizona, and her school was approved. Her school for students with autism was approved for teacher licensure. And I'd love to see us start thinking of some creative ways that aren't necessarily in the pipeline list for improving that teacher pipeline that we know is still an issue and might become a little greater as where some of these other changes were rolling out, and some of the angst around some of those changes. So be thinking about the pipeline in the midst of all that.
And that would take into consideration too, some new innovative ideas about special education opportunities, because of what we've heard from the community about their concern about whether the board reacts in time to treat the concerns. And I understand that we have staff that is managing that. I'm just saying, I think we can be creative in some of those areas too, just like you would with students that are autistic.
Anybody else?
So
Mr. Monk?
just tacking on that, I think not only those populations, but thinking about our current technical educators and all of that encompassing their whatever those innovative strategies are and best practices we see from other states.
Anyone else? Superintendent Gullickson, I know you wanted to share some other board members that you had conversations with.
Well, Dr. Northern will be here tomorrow. She had a service to attend to. So our thoughts and prayers are with her and her family. But I would do a huge disservice if I did not say on her behalf, Member Ackerman, absolutely gifted and talented. So there's an asterisk there. We know we'd heard from our Office of Advanced Learning on some concepts earlier this year, so can certainly bring back for some preliminary reaction on some ideas, especially around an earlier screener and some options that were previously discussed by the board. And then Member Hanson and Member Ashton are not here today, but were stalwarts before in the first 2023 SOQ prescriptions that it is exceptional that we have increased K-12 funding over 50% since 2022. It is as you saw from Chief Berta's presentation, quite a large in the billions number. And so we know, though, that our formula is one of the only states that's still focused on teacher-student ratios and resources, which unnecessarily ties the hands of our principals, our school business officials, our superintendents to make data-driven decisions with their dollars. And so the board had previously planted a flag on the student-centered funding formula that as a nod to the General Assembly to partner with in collaboration with the board and the Department of Ed. And so I know that they still feel like while we have made huge investments, we still have a lot of strings and hurdles for our leaders in the school system to actually maximize how they leverage those dollars. We're certainly doing our part, as you heard earlier, on bridging with the braiding and blending opportunities, EdFlex, et cetera. But I know that's been a top area of interest for them, especially Michelle as a principal on the DC side, where she has a bit more autonomy over making those decisions. And Dr. Northern, for those who are newer to the board, missed the brilliant display where she paged through in her early tenure the pages and pages of ratio hurdles and more pages, and said, what are we doing about this? So I must represent their interests since they've been stalwarts on that I do think to our team's nod on what should stay versus new or modified, that those three members, while they're not here today, have previously put that on the record, and just want to air that for our newer members as well.
President Creasy, if I may, on that,
Please.
don't want to spend too much time, but completely agree. I think there's a lot of innovation happening over the past couple of years, and that's an area where we can just catapult that if done right. And so high priority for sure, and that student funding from that.
Anything else? Melissa, does this give you what you need?
I think, I'll have the opportunity to get with the superintendent and we'll make sure that I understand on the same page and then we'll start to generate some concepts for you to consider.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much.
And with that, do you have any comments for us to end our day today?
I would just like to pause. Much of the team has left the room, but as you heard once again, we are just on full turbo mode with realigning the agency to best meet the needs of our students and our schools and really leverage our subject matter expertise on all cylinders. The team is really leaning in on certainly maintaining our compliance responsibilities and ethical duties there, but also really leaning in on how can we better support with new toolkits, new trainings, new office hours, new outreach, and think outside the box on ways we haven't best served constituencies. And so I'm so incredibly proud of the team we had and inspiring all staff where we covered wins to date and lots of positive shout outs for managers on just many of the team members you all don't get the opportunity to see, but are just absolutely delivering on all counts for kids and families in Virginia. So I couldn't be more proud to lead the Department of Ed and partner with all that we do. And so I'm glad you got to hear some of that today, but certainly more in the coming months, action-packed agendas as we go forth. So with that, I'll pass it back to the president.
And if there's nothing else for today, we will be adjourned.